Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of welcoming you to our conference. Allow me to address my particularly warm words of welcome to our guests from Australia. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to participate in this conference. Your very presence and experience and the history of your community will certainly help us to better understand the history of the scientific collections which have become a sensitive, ethically challenging legacy for contemporary researchers of the University of Wrocław. Many thanks also to Dr. Corina Enkelbrecht, Dr. Kate Williams, and Polish researchers and curators of museum and university collections for joining us. My special acknowledgements go to Kate Williams for her commitment and help in organizing our meeting. The collections of the University of Wrocław contain research materials accumulated by German scholars during the time when Wrocław, then Breslau, was a German city. In 1945, as a result of the Potsdam Conference, the city became part of Poland. The Polish scholars who founded the Polish University after the Second World War carefully preserved the German collections that had survived the destruction of the war and used some of them in their own research. Now, we are beginning to look at the collections of the former German university through the perspective of new academic ideals. We are aware that some of them were created during the colonial period, and some were used to legitimize racist ideologies and eugenic concepts, which today make them for us a sensitive legacy, one that is linked to the experience of trauma exclusion, and injustice. Working with collections of this kind require in-depth historical, epistemic, and ethical reflections. And it is this challenge that has become the impulse for us, researchers of culture, to organize this conference. Our conference is organized by the Institute of Cultural Studies of the University of Wrocław, Centre for European Studies of the Australian National University in Canberra, and the Urban Memory Foundation of Wrocław. Our meeting is co-founded by the European Union within the multi-directional memory Remembering for Social Justice project, realized by the Urban Memory Foundation together with European partners. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you successful deliberations.
Thank you so much, Renata. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to all the participants in Europe. Good afternoon and good evening to all those who are joining us from Australia, our speakers and audience watching us online. My name is Katarzyna Williams. I'm a Deputy Director at the Centre for European Studies at the Australian National University, the oldest research centre in Australia focused on the study of Europe and the collaboration with Europe. I would like to start our conference by acknowledging and celebrating First Australians, the Ngunnawal and Nambi people on whose traditional lands I live and work, and pay my respect to the elders past and present. I extend my acknowledgement to any First Nations peoples listening in tonight. Particularly, I would like to acknowledge the Yaru people and the Karajari neighbors who are still struggling with the painful past, the experiences we'll be talking about today, who already made journeys across the world to retrieve the remains of their ancestors, and who still have more ancestors to bring home and honor. I would also like to acknowledge those with their roots in Wrocław and those with their roots or connections in Breslau, and express my deep gratitude to all those who are committed to learning, honoring, and preserving the past. Therefore, I'm delighted and honored to be able to work with the Urban Memory Foundation and the University of Wrocław, my alma mater, on such an important issue. Thank you, Aga Jabłońska, Renata Tańczuk, and many other people behind the stage for this opportunity. Big thanks to Hilary House, Paul Turnbull, Sarah Yu, and Naomi Appleby for so eagerly joining the projects to share your expertise, your unique expertise. For me personally, this conference is extremely important. It is a journey between two homes, and I don't mean exactly this internet connection today, or not only. Living in Australia has informed my work on memory, on migration, movement of people and things, and placed my home city's difficult past in a new light. Likewise, being Wrocławianka or Breslauer has had a role in my thinking and writing about Australian heritage and cultural memory, displacement, and transnational experience. I do not want to take any more time on my personal trips, but I do have a few housekeeping notes to make. The conference is being recorded and it's live streamed via Facebook and YouTube channel. I should also advise that during the conference, images and names of deceased persons might be used, and potentially words and descriptions that come from a particular period in the past, but today are understood as culturally sensitive. I also want to note that I'm very happy. I actually decided to give up my 10 minutes at the end to engage with the speakers while we have them. I believe that the discussion and Q&A will be at the end of our session, so please stay with us. We are all here, speaking from Australia, we are all very eager to hear the presentations that will follow in the following sessions. I'm very grateful to the organizer for recording them. It will be a little bit late for us, I think, to stay till the end of the conference, but perhaps we'll try. But this is just the beginning of the conversation, and the conversation will continue after the conference. Right, so now I would like to introduce the first speaker. Dr. Hilary House is an Australian Research Council DECRA Fellow at the Return, Reconcile, Renew Centre in the Centre for Heritage and Museum Studies at the Australian National University. Since 2007, her research has focused on cross-cultural contacts between German speakers and the peoples of Australia and the South Pacific, including histories and the acquisition and study of Indigenous ancestral remains and cultural objects. Hilary, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kasia. I'm just trying to figure out how to share my screen. Why is this not working? Just give me a minute. Present. Share screen. Yeah, I can't get this to work immediately, so...
We have a lot of time, so let's...
yeah, sorry.
So while you're working on that, I'll just say to our participants that we have, this is a long session. We have about 20 minutes, 25 for the first two presentations, and the longer one, and the last one will be a bit longer. So, okay, I can see you connected. Wonderful.
You can see my presentation?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
And you can hear me okay?
I can. What about participants in the room? Yes?
I can't see what they're doing. I hope they can hear me. Yeah, look, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate today. I'd like to begin, as Kasia did, by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which I live and work here in Canberra, in Australia, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend those respects to any other First Nations people present today. I'd also like to acknowledge the conference organisers for all the work they've put into bringing us together to discuss a very important and sensitive topic. And as Kasia also mentioned, I want to state that my presentation does include the names of Aboriginal people who have died and the photograph of one such Aboriginal man, noting that his family gave permission at the time of his death for his name and photograph to be published. I'm not Indigenous, and I don't presume to speak for Indigenous people. So what I'd like to do today is to draw on my experiences as a non-Indigenous person working in the repatriation space for over 10 years, to outline some of the misunderstandings around repatriation that I've encountered to date. And I'll also try to offer you some different perspectives on those misunderstandings based on my own research, my experience, and particularly what has been said and written by First Nations Australians, including some people that I've been privileged to work with personally. I first became aware of repatriation while working at the Australian Embassy in Berlin, in Germany. The year I started working there, 2011, was the same year that the Australian government policy on Indigenous repatriation was published. Can you see that on the screen? Yeah, I'm hoping that you can. Here's what the policy has to say about the purpose of repatriation. Repatriation is a vehicle for healing and justice in Australian society. For Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, the return of ancestral remains back to country is the first step towards recognising their dignity. It restores their rightful place as elders, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters. It acknowledges the wrong done to them and allows the ancestors to finally rest in peace in their homelands. It recognises the unbreakable bond, customary obligations, and traditional practices between the living, the land, and the dead. According to this policy, Australia's diplomatic missions overseas assist the Australian Government Department of Communications and the Arts to facilitate and support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to negotiate the return of ancestral remains. As a result, governments, museums and universities outside Australia are much more likely to hear about repatriation from an Australian ambassador or another Australian diplomat than from a First Nations Australian, so than from an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. And I do acknowledge that some Australian diplomats are also First Nations Australians, but I think the point still stands. And this fact feeds into the first misunderstanding I'd like to discuss, namely the belief that repatriation is primarily a political exercise and that it's therefore not genuine or not valid. I've encountered institutions and individuals who suspect that it's a low-cost way for the Australian government to seem to be doing something positive for First Nations Australians and an easier alternative to addressing more urgent issues such as lower life expectancy, deaths in custody or land rights, for example. And I've also encountered institutions and individuals who seem to think that only younger urban-based First Nations Australians are interested in repatriation and that it was not important to earlier generations or to more so-called traditional First Nations Australians. Now, I'd be the first to acknowledge that government involvement in the repatriation process has negative aspects as well as positive ones. But there's really no evidence that the repatriation movement was an initiative of the Australian government, and there's no evidence that First Nations Australians only recently developed a concern for the fate of their ancestors' remains. On the contrary, there is abundant oral testimony and written evidence from the earliest days of European settlement confirming that First Nations Australians in all parts of the continent cared for their dead and resisted the removal of their ancestors' remains. And I'd strongly encourage you to read my colleague Paul Turnbull's monograph, Science, Museums and Collecting the Indigenous Dead in Colonial Australia, especially the chapters Indigenous Australians' Defence of the Ancestral Dead and Repatriation and its Critics, which give numerous examples. It's also important to point out that the Australian government and Australian museums and universities were not early adopters of repatriation in most cases. Only after decades of campaigning and activism from First Nations Australians did they gradually come to accept that, with very few exceptions, First Nations Australians believe they are under a profound spiritual obligation to ensure that their ancestors' remains are returned to country. And this consistency is even more remarkable if we consider just how large Australia is. I think sometimes that it's worth reminding people of that, particularly people in Europe. I think it's can be very hard for people to grasp just how big this country is. And also how many diverse First Nations communities and language groups call it home. And that's, you won't see the details of this map, but you just need to realise, or I would just like you to realise, that every different coloured area represents a different community or language group. And those are only approximate boundaries, but it's estimated that at the time of European colonisation, at least 250 distinct First Nations Australian languages were spoken across the continent. And for First Nations Australians, ensuring that their ancestors' remains are returned to country is absolutely not an easy or low-cost process. This was brought home to me very clearly when I met the traditional owners who had travelled to Berlin in 2013 to receive ancestral remains being returned by the Charité, one of Europe's largest university hospitals. Some of these traditional owners had never travelled overseas before. Some had never owned a passport. Some had come from remote communities requiring them to undertake several days' travel within Australia just to reach a major city, let alone getting from Australia to Germany. Some didn't speak English as their first, second, or even third language. Some were quite young, but others were very senior members of their communities, and they were not necessarily in good health. One actually had to be hospitalised during the visit due to a severe diabetic episode. And despite all of this, they clearly felt an obligation to be there. It definitely was not for an enjoyable tourist experience, and it wasn't even to participate in the handover ceremony. It was primarily because, in consultation with their communities, they had shouldered the responsibility of accompanying their ancestors safely back to country. And it became very obvious to me that from the perspective of these traditional owners, the ancestral remains in question were not inanimate objects or scientific specimens. They were very much a living presence, and their descendants had duties and responsibilities in accordance with this. And that's descendants in a very broad sense, probably broader than it's often understood outside of the First Nations Australian context. But these traditional owners made it clear that they needed to spend time alone with the ancestral remains prior to the handover ceremony to introduce themselves to their ancestors, explain the situation to them, reassure them, and endeavour to prepare them physically and spiritually for their journey home. The traditional owners were very emotional during the handover ceremony, and I had the impression that they found it difficult to put into words the importance of what they were doing in a way that people attending could understand. Although I also had the impression that the messages they delivered were far more powerful than anything a non-Indigenous diplomat could have said or done. And several of them were physically and emotionally exhausted after the handover ceremony. They didn't feel able to participate in the celebratory dinner that had been organised by the embassy. And it's hard to get across what that experience was like, but to give you a bit of a clearer idea, I'd like to quote the words of some of these traditional owners. So Corinna Rubin, who was a relatively young woman from the Gudang Nation, which is right up the top of Cape York. So the sort of, I need to go back to the map, the pointy bit at the top of the eastern side of Australia. She said, "We have come to regather what is ours and that which is lost. No longer will our people laid before us be strangers in a strange land. It's a time to heal and a time to embrace healing." And the photograph you see there is the memorial stone that was erected when those ancestors were not only returned to Australia, but returned to Somerset, which is the township in Gudang country where it was decided that they could be laid to rest. The next traditional owner that I recall hearing speak had quite a different tone. He seemed to be experiencing some fairly different emotions. He gave the impression of being quite angry in a controlled way and quite reproachful, I think. It certainly pulled me up short. I think it pulled a lot of other people up short who were in the room at that handover ceremony. But he said, "We can't turn back the clock, and I wish we could, because if we could, we wouldn't be here today, standing here in Berlin, thanking everybody for their participation and their goodwill." I couldn't write a speech that would basically pat everybody on the back for their good work, because this shouldn't have happened, ladies and gentlemen. It should never have happened. And I really had the sense that he was angry that that this had been done in the first place, that he was found himself in a position where he had to travel halfway across the world to bring ancestors back to Australia when they should never have been taken from it in the first place. And then the last traditional owner I remember hearing speak, and I'm sorry that the photo quality is not better, but it's the man on the left, Ian Crombie, from the Antakarinja Matu Yankunytjatjara people in northern South Australia. He was a very softly spoken man. I'm pretty sure that English was his at least third language, maybe fourth. But he did say that he had been selected by his community partly because he spoke English more fluently than many other people in the community. But he said, when an Aboriginal person is born into this world, he has to go back to the Mother Earth to allow the Mother Earth to accept the body. When a person is not regained back into the land or the country from which it originates, then there is emptiness, failure, a loss of journey. You'll see that that's where I took the title of my presentation from. And I think I should point out here that the ancestral remains that were returned to the people represented by Ian Crombie at the handover ceremony only came to be in Berlin through the actions of Hermann Klaatsch. He acquired them in 1907 from Archibald Watson, who was Professor of Anatomy at the University of Adelaide in South Australia. Watson wanted to fulfill a promise he had made to Wilhelm Waldeyer, a German anatomist he had met in Berlin. And so Watson asked Klaatsch to deliver to Waldeyer the ancestral remains of an Aboriginal man who had died in hospital. Klaatsch wrote that two other Australian scientists present at the time also believed they had a right to this man's remains, and that he had to engage in what he described as vigorous arguments with them in order to win the corpse, his words, for Waldeyer. And I think this episode can give us some insights into another common misunderstanding around repatriation, namely that beliefs and practices were different in the past and that today's ethical standards can't be applied to those who acquired ancestral remains in the past because their actions were acceptable at the time. Well, the obvious question here is acceptable to whom? Klaatsch, Waldeyer, Watson, and the other two Australian scientists involved certainly seem to have considered their behaviour mutually acceptable, but there's no indication whatsoever that any of them bothered to inquire about the wishes of the dead man or his relatives. And there's actually plenty of evidence that Klaatsch and others who acquired ancestral remains knew that what they were doing was profoundly unacceptable to First Nations Australians, potentially shocking to Australian society more generally, and often illegal. Their descriptions of their efforts to conceal their actions and the reactions of First Nations Australians who nevertheless found out what they were doing make this very clear. And it wasn't just First Nations Australians who were shocked and angered. Only a few years earlier, Watson's colleague William Ramsay Smith, the South Australian state coroner, had been charged with 18 breaches of the Anatomy Act and subjected to a parliamentary inquiry after it was revealed that he had been using the hospital morgue as a source of ancestral remains and medical specimens, and filling the coffins intended for the bodies of the dead with sandbags and rubbish so that no one would suspect. Public outrage erupted when it was found that those whose bodies had been desecrated included Tommy Walker, a Ngarrindjeri man who had been one of the best-known figures in the city of Adelaide during his lifetime. The Adelaide Stock Exchange had paid for his funeral and for a headstone in the city's cemetery. And children who had known and liked Tommy Walker had left flowers on his grave, not knowing that it contained an empty coffin. Ramsay Smith's excuse, and what the parliamentary inquiry eventually agreed with, was his zeal in the cause of science. And even today, some individuals and institutions will make the argument that ancestral remains must be retained in collections because of their scientific importance. Here is just one example. In this case, it actually remains to native Hawaiian remains, but the sentiment is extremely common, extremely commonly expressed, even today. And it's actually a pretty threadbare argument because in my experience and the experience of my colleagues engaged in provenance research, it's clear when you look closely at the historical record that the vast majority of ancestral remains received little or no attention as objects of study after their initial collection. And in any case, all this argument is really saying to Indigenous peoples is that our scientific interests are more important than your responsibilities to your ancestors. This argument perpetuates the original injustice, and that's still the case even if the original injustice had nothing to do with the institution currently holding the ancestral remains or the researchers wanting to carry out scientific research on them, as in the case of the human remains brought to Breslau, later Wrocław, from Australia by Hermann Klaatsch. I'll leave it there, but I'd like to encourage you to spend some time listening to First Nations Australian voices on this topic, including some of the speakers we'll be hearing from shortly, as well as the interviews that are featured on this website, the Return, Reconcile, Renew website. This is the centre that I've been involved with for the past, 8 years, I think. There are over 50 people from 3 completely different parts of Australia who've been interviewed about their experiences of repatriation and their views, First Nations people, I should say. I'd also encourage you to have a look at some of these written resources, which some of which were co-authored by First Nations Australians and others of which quote First Nations Australians' voices extensively. And finally, I'd like to recommend to you these films and other recordings, most of which are freely available online, and all of which contain First Nations Australian stories from very different parts of Australia again. But I think really the most important thing that anybody can do to inform themselves and increase their understanding of these issues is to listen to the people who were affected, and that is the First Nations Australians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hilary. That was fascinating. And I may have a question to the organizers for the end of our conference, whether we could create some resources. I'm happy to do it on the Center for European Studies website for the participants to draw on, as Hilary, provided all these interesting links. And so participants, watch out, there will be more coming. All right. I would like now to invite our second speaker, Professor Paul Turnbull. Professor Turnbull is the first historian to investigate in depth the history of European scientific curiosity, collecting and the repatriation of the bodily remains of the ancestors of Indigenous Australians. His groundbreaking research is grounded in 30 years of investigating unexplored museum records and medico-scientific archives in Australia, Europe, and North America. Following Hilary, I encourage you to reach for Paul's book, Science, Museums and Collecting the Indigenous Dead in Colonial Australia, published in 2017. For over 30 years, Paul has pursued research pro bono for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders communities and their representative organizations around Australia to locate, identify, and bring home to country their ancestors held in overseas museum collections. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kasia. I'm just uploading my point now. Okay, so all right. So how do I? Oh, that's it. Okay, you can all see it. You can see it okay? Good, good. All right, well, let me get going. I'll just start my clock to make sure that I keep within my allotted time. Thank you very much for your invitation, Cassia, and to the conference organizers for inviting me to speak at this very important symposium, which raises quite a number of issues about dealing with sensitive collections such as the ancestral human remains that were acquired in the most troubling and disturbing circumstances by Hermann Klaatsch during his Australian tour of 1904-1907. I'm going to try and talk about two things. This brief talk will kind of fall into two parts. The first, I want to talk about the scientific context of Hermann Klaatsch's anthropological research, and then briefly talk about its influence over time. The scientific context is what I begin by talking about. We talked today about us being in the age of the Anthropocene. And when we talk about Anthropocene, what we're recognizing by that concept is the way in which, certainly since the late 18th century, we have managed to intervene within and change the various systems by which this planet works, its physical systems, and also importantly, the myriad biological systems sustaining Earth upon life, upon Earth. I suppose there's something of an irony in the fact that the Anthropocene, as we now understand it, we've been able to understand it by virtue of those very forces, because if we look at the scientific interests that developed during the second half of the 19th century in particular, it centers increasingly on the evolution of humankind. And it does so in large part because of the Anthropocene leading to rapid industrialization throughout parts of the world, Europe obviously in particular, North America as well, resulting in geological investigations, resulting in mining, which also bring to light increasingly fossil evidence of the long history, the deep history of humanity on Earth. And of course, one of the great sort of milestones in the development of this history in the 19th century is the discovery in the Neander Valley in 1857 of the remains of a hominid specimen, commonly known as Neanderthal, which predates the emergence of, or is at the time thought to predate the emergence of archaic Homo sapiens. Now, this is very important to our story and certainly to understanding Klaatsch's science, because what we find is that Thomas Henry Huxley, in his analysis of the Neanderthaler skull discovered in the late 1850s, sees in his own mind clear morphological similarities between that skull and skulls of old people, of Australian Indigenous ancestors, which have been taken from burial places and by this time are held in museums. In this particular case, the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons in London. And what Huxley argues is that in effect, there are remarkable morphological similarities between Homo neanderthalensis, as it's described, and the skulls of Australian First Peoples. And it sets up what is to be a very pernicious and ultimately erroneous scientific belief that when we're looking at, when Aboriginal people are looked at in the late 19th century, there is this strong belief that because of these supposed morphological similarities, they are in effect closer to Neanderthal in terms of human evolution than any other living peoples on Earth. In other words, what Huxley and other scientists of the 1860s, 1870s believe is that what we're seeing, by virtue of their supposed isolation within the Australian continent, what we're seeing is people who have actually become frozen in time, who haven't progressed, as it were. They have not evolved either biologically or culturally to the level that one finds within Europe. And this is sort of seen as an intriguing scientific area of study. And it's one that increasingly becomes of interest as more and more fossils are found. There is the fossils which are found in the Neanderthal cave, the Neanderholer. And this is an illustration from about 1857 to 1860. The Cro-Magnon discoveries of the 1868. The Spy Cave discoveries of 1886. All of this is important background, to which we can add the discoveries by Eugène Dubois, a Dutch medical officer in Indonesia in 1891, 1892, of the fossilized remains of a hominid who comes to be known as, at the time, Anthropopithecus erectus, or Pithecanthropus erectus, or as is commonly referred to, Java man. Now, all of this is the background for the scientific work of Klaatsch's colleague, close friend, Otto Schoetensack, who interestingly invests his own money in his own geological researches. He's a fairly wealthy man, an industrialist who resigns from his chosen profession by virtue of ill health, and reinvents himself in an academic career, eventually habilitating to the University of Heidelberg in 1904. Now, Schoetensack is intrigued by this history of human evolution, all the more so because of workmen who he himself has employed find in a quarry near Mauer, near Heidelberg, the underjaw of a hominid who becomes known as a Heidelberg man, Homo heidelbergiensis. And it's this that leads to a very strong and interesting conversation about the importance of these remains in the course of human evolution, an interest that Schoetensack will share with his close friend and colleague, Hermann Klaatsch. And a very important article that is written, inspired in key respects by the researchers of Hermann Klaatsch in 1901, by Otto Schoetensack, is on the significance, the importance of the form of the Australian in the history of humanity. And Bedeutung Australiens für die Herrenbildung des Menschen aus einer niederen Form, for the early, for understanding, as it were, the course of human evolution. So the question which Otto Schoetensack puts to himself, and one which is shared by Hermann Klaatsch at this time, is the question of whether the extent to which a colonization of the Americas from Oceania can be assumed, in addition to that from Asia and the Bering Strait. This may be, he argues, unclear to understand, but it seems to be, in his mind, that there is quite clearly similarities between Neanderthal mankind, as he describes it, and the primitive American variety. And he believes that these similarities can be explained by the fact that all of them originated in Australia. So the critical importance of the scientific work of Klaatsch is in the light of this question. Is it the case that early Australians, that Australians are in fact the closest living representatives of a form of humanity which is in effect close to the emergence of humanity from some kind of pithecoid ape-like form? This is the crucial question that Schoetensack and Klaatsch discuss amongst themselves. And ultimately, it's one of the reasons, probably the prime reason why it is that Klaatsch goes to Australia to gain morphological insight into the remains of Indigenous Australians with a view to settling this question. Is it the case that Australia is of profound importance for the development of humanity from a lower form? And he brings together a wealth of evidence, not only morphological evidence, but suggestions about the ways that Indigenous culture exists, the forms of Indigenous behavior, the forms of Indigenous technology, all of which Schoetensack suggests, and Klaatsch, along with him, tends to agree, is pointing towards some sort of very, very close relationship between Indigenous Australians and the emergence of humanity. Since all comparative osteological studies of human varieties are still in their infancy, Schoetensack argues, it will be necessary to re-examine the skeletons of Australians from a point of view, a task which Professor Klaatsch is currently occupied. Klaatsch himself points out, and this is a diagram which is an attempt to explain the spread of human races and apes according to Klaatsch. And what we can see here is his belief in the center that there is, as it were, an emergent form, what he calls a propithlycanthropi. And as you look at this diagram, you can see that it spreads the migration of the higher primates and humanity out into various different parts of the world. And if you look at the diagram, you can see how it is that the Australians and the Tasmanians are centered closest, as it were, to the development of this early ancestor. And that's the scientific background that we find that Klaatsch goes to Australia to seek to resolve. Now, there's no real time there to talk in great detail about the development of his thinking as he goes about securing remains and measuring them as he travels around Australia. But it's quite clear that he comes to the conclusion after his Australian tour that he considers the Australians, and I quote Klaatsch on this, the Australians who were displaced from the centre of dispersal to the present-day Austral continent to be one of the oldest branches that completely isolated itself. So it's one of the similarity with the skeletons of the Australians, and probably also allows the conclusion that Aurignac people, the people of the Aurignac age, of the ancient Stone Age in Europe, had likewise similar behavioral characteristics. So this is the kind of picture that Klaatsch builds up. Now, briefly to turn to the social influence of Klaatsch, well, quite obviously making this close association has itself profound and pernicious consequences for many years to come. One could argue, in effect, that the consequences of this conclusion by European science still resonates today. It still impacts upon the lives of Indigenous peoples in more subtle ways than it did once upon a time. If Klaatsch himself was a consummate user of the media when he was in Australia, if we look at Australian newspapers, we can find reportage of his travels through Australia between 1904 and 1907. There are probably close to 150 at least, possibly more, references to Klaatsch in Australian newspapers of the time, which clearly show a growing interest in his travels and his scientific research when he is in Australia. The popular influence of his work, we can see three main influences. The first is to put into place within the popular imagination of Australia at this time the idea that First Nation peoples in Australia are, scientifically speaking, a missing link that somehow their position is one of where they are frozen in time. They exist at evolutionary ground zero, as it were. They are essentially peoples who have not progressed in terms of their biology, their intellect, or indeed their culture, further from that of the higher of a transitional form from the higher primates to hominids. And this, of course, is an extremely profound and disturbing idea when we look back on it today. Again, it's difficult to deal with some of this material. It is quite disturbing, as Hilary has said. I've been doing this work for well over 30 years, as Hilary mentioned. One thing that I've always asked elders that I've worked with over the years is how one should deal with this kind of imagery, how one should deal with these kind of texts. And the answer I'm repeatedly given is that the truth must be told. No matter how painful it may well be, it has to be known. It has to be out there. We have to basically expose this history in the cause of truth-telling if we are to achieve anything like true reconciliation in Australia today. And so what we get is this kind of cartoonish representation of Indigenous peoples, arguing on the basis of kind of very popularized view of Klaatsch's morphological interests, particularly in this case of a man who was found at this point by Klaatsch in the jail, Fanny Bay jail in Darwin, to have extraordinary ability with the ability to move his feet. That this somehow in this one individual constituted evidence that of Aboriginal people's proximity to higher primates, the so-called alleged missing link. Distressing stuff, but and one can well imagine its overall popular impact at the time. The second, and again profoundly influential consequence of Klaatsch's publicity of his work, is the belief that Aboriginal children will only reach a certain level of education. Klaatsch argues strongly that because of their place within evolutionary history, there is not much point in educating Aboriginal people past the age of possibly 10 or 11, because after that, as he sort of says, crudely, biology will win out and they won't learn anything else. So in a sense, the emphasis that missionaries place on education is probably ill-placed. It's misguided, and what's needed is a more scientific view of the importance of education for Aboriginal people, which will tailor them to basically work as domestics or stock people within the Australian cattle industry. There's no point in giving them any further education because it's a waste. Their brains will just simply not be able to assimilate and retain the information that they are given in schools. So this is our second way in which it has a profound influence upon thinking of the time. The third, and probably in many respects the most lasting, is that Klaatsch argues that by virtue of the way that human evolution and migration and colonization of Earth by human beings goes, it's possible to show that in evolutionary terms, somewhat paradoxically, Aboriginal people and Europeans, a Caucasian type as it's known, are closer to each other than any other branch of human types. With the result being that what Klaatsch gives is evidence for what develops in earlier 20th century Australia as a theory that the best way to deal with the Aboriginal problem, as it's always regarded, it's seen that ultimately there's a problem. There's much that could be said about this. Suffice it to say that what Klaatsch gives is evidence which is almost the basis, as it were, for the development of a theory of assimilation within Australia. The idea that you can breed Aboriginal people into the general population. And as this illustration from the A.O. Neville, Protector of Aborigines in Western Australia, his book of 1847 shows, it is possible, so it is argued at the time, that in the course of several generations, one can, and I use the term, distressing term, breed out the colour, as it were, that one can basically absorb the Aboriginal race within the general settler population, with the result being that there will be a complete, as it were, erasure of Aboriginal people, their culture and their beliefs in all but the most superficial ways over time. So as one can see, there is much to be gained, I think, from looking at his the scientific work, but also the social influence of that scientific work of Hermann Klaatsch over time. And I think it's important to really study this in some detail. Now, it's easy, I suppose, to get outraged about it. And there have been times over my career, I guess, where, particularly when I first started doing this work, that I did get very upset and outraged about the consequences of it. But it seems to me that while we are in the position now where we can obviously face the moral questions, the ethical questions that arise from the fact that the remains of old people, the remains of Australians, are in scientific collections and should be returned. Certainly it raises very serious moral and ethical problems. It's very important, I think, to try to suspend moral judgment as much as possible to understand this past, because otherwise we risk, I think, understanding the lessons that it has to teach us. And one of the key lessons that it has to teach us is that when one talks, and Hilary mentioned resistance to repatriation before, I've encountered a lot of that over the years, particularly when I first started doing this research. The argument put forward against repatriation by scientists is generally along the lines of, well, they're still scientifically important. It's still crucial. This is evidence which is a valuable, it makes a valuable contribution to our understanding the history of humanity as a whole. In a way, quite legitimate arguments. But ultimately, when one looks very closely at the kinds of way that scientific ambitions still work in ways today, it does raise us, I think, very important questions about the degree to which, even though contemporary science may argue that in effect it is distinct from the kind of racial science which was practiced by Hermann Klaatsch, looking back on this history, looking back on scientific ambitions, looking at the way in which remains were acquired by Hermann Klaatsch, to my mind, it does raise serious questions about really how far are there ethical safeguards today? How far are we really working within a proper and correct ethical framework when we're dealing with collections of human remains, such as that of old people, Australian First Nations, which exist in European collections today? I think it raises some very important questions. History, I think, has some very important lessons for us to take advantage of, if we're prepared to at least try to study this difficult history in the complexity which it deserves to be studied. So I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for this extremely rich and indeed disturbing presentation, but how important. Thank you. It's hard to move on to the next one without asking questions, but dear participants, our audience, please keep your questions in mind, take a note of them, keep them for later. We'll have time later to do this. And now I would like to invite two speakers. Naomi Appleby is a Yawuru and Karadjari woman residing in Broome and is the manager of the Yawuru Language Center and Nyamba Buru Yawuru in Broome. Her journey in Yawuru's repatriation project extends from personal connection as a fourth-generation descendant of an eyewitness survivor of violent first contact encounters to a project ambassador working under the guidance of the Yawuru community to assist in the repatriation process. She was the recipient of the National Museum of Australia Encounters Fellowship to further investigate the scale of international trade in human remains. And our second speaker on this panel, Sarah Yu, is an anthropologist, curator, and heritage consultant who focuses on relationship between people and their connection to country. Currently based in Broome, but today speaking to us from Perth, she works for Nyamba Buru Yawuru, the business arm of the Yawuru Native Title Group. Collaborating with Indigenous artists and writers, she has curated many award-winning projects. She has completed her doctorate in anthropology at Heidelberg University and is a research affiliate with the Australian National University, the University of Notre Dame in Broome, and the West Australian Museum. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Ngadi Gurjan, Ngayi Nilawal Naomi Appleby. Thank you for the invitation to be a part of this really important presentation and conversation. I'll let Ani Sarah introduce herself as well. We are presenting the Yawuru repatriation journey, which is titled Wangadjali Burgun, and in Yawuru language, in my language, it means we are coming home. It's a very emotional and eye-opening, I won't say project, I'll say journey experience for the Yawuru community, which it's been a part of our vision to give these stories and the voices back to our ancestors through provenance research and through the journey that we're about to share. But before we get into it, I just wanted to acknowledge the sensitivity of this topic. In our cultural way, it's very sensitive and not allowed really to be talking about our deceased, not allowed to look at photos, not allowed to say their name. So to be on a journey such as this in repatriation, we've had to develop new protocols because this is very new for us. And we've had to develop, I suppose, our own internal policies and the most culturally appropriate processes led by our elders as part of this journey. And I've been in the picture here for about 6 or 7 years, and I was a part of the international delegation when we went over to Europe to bring them home. I was one of the 3 young people who was privileged to support our elders. So it was them who were guiding this process. So I speak as a young person and my involvement in supporting this. But I also speak as a community member and someone who's worked closely with our community. So before we get into it, Ani Sarah, did you want to say anything?
I just would like to acknowledge our own people, the Yawuru people, the elders particularly, who we've been working with, and the Karadjari people as well, who were the main people that we've been working with to do the repatriation work that we've been doing. If it wasn't for them, guiding us, I think it would have been very difficult. I also really want to thank the the people who've organised this conference and inviting us to speak. For us, I believe it's such a sensitive topic, but from the experience that I've had in talking about it and doing exhibitions and so on, it's something that people know very little about. And so it's very significant to the truth-telling of our nation, which we'll talk a bit more about it in the talk. And it's also an important part for the healing that has to occur. Also, I'd like to thank you for doing it in English, because we know no Polish. And from our point of view, a small community in northwest of Australia, we're hoping it's the start of an ongoing dialogue between us and the university around the idea of, around the need to repatriate these ancestors. Next.
So just to provide a little bit of context about where we're talking about, Yawuru country is in the northwest coast of Western Australia. It's we call ourselves saltwater people. We're on the coast, and the it's known for its pearl shells. Famously, the pink tartar maxima, and that was one of the trades that fueled the pearlers, who we'll talk about very shortly, and the partialism industry. So, we live in a town called Broome, and one of our ancestors was taken in Roebuck Bay. And Ani Sarah and I work for Nyambulburi Yawuru. We've got the logo just to the side, and as mentioned in the introduction, Nyambulburi Yawuru are the corporate arm to our PBC, and the PBC is the prescribed body corporate native title holders who represent this area. So we work there in the repatriation space, so to speak.
Okay, moving on.
Oh, okay.
We haven't had a chance to coordinate this, so we're just ad lib.
I suppose what I will say was this process was led with Lian. Lian in Yawuru language is your innermost feelings. So everything that we did was done with Lian. Good Lian, bad Lian, strong Lian. It was just framed in a way that was going to protect us, protect our ancestors, and that was what guided the process to head overseas and create that safe passage for our ancestors to come home. Anything you wanted to say, Ani Sarah?
I'd just say that it was as late as 2016 that the Yawuru community were informed and discovered that the bones of their ancestors had been taken from the country, and that from their country anyway, and that they were placed in museum collections in Europe, Asia and America. And people were shocked. They just had no idea. And I'd have to say the same for myself, because I had worked as an anthropologist and historian, lived in the community, and I didn't know either. But since that time, we've now discovered over 32 ancestors, each of which have their own story. They're scattered around the world between London, England and Germany, Norway, Japan, America so far. But what was interesting was that collectively, and for us, it revealed the unfolding of the colonial encounter from the time of first settlement in our area, which was as late as 1860s, to the mid-1900s. And it has become a story that exposes the collusion between the state, the church, and the settlers, and this further violation and dehumanization of first human people. First Nations peoples in Northwest Australia. So as a result of that, maybe we just move on to the next one. We started up a project called Wangajali Burrugun, which means we are coming home. And there are 5 parts to that. We're a fairly small organisation. So the 5 parts of that project or journey, project/journey, is that we try to do our own research as best we can. We are committed to the repatriation of the ancestors. So we will try to work out how to bring the ancestors home. We are developing a memorial and resting place in Broome. We were asked to sort of share the stories. So we have developed an exhibition called Wangajali Burrugun, which we put on last year. And we are also having to make a film. And as you'll hear in the next few slides, these stories of the ancestors do follow this colonial occupation of the country. And the Klaatsch story was because he came in about somewhere between early 1900s. He was collecting ancestors from Broome, Beagle Bay Mission, but he was working very closely with the church to acquire the remains. So it was an important link in our story. But we'll start from the beginning, Naomi.
Sorry, am I moving on to the next slide?
Yeah,
Yep.
Next slide. Yeah.
Okay, so we first found out about this particular ancestor in 2017, and it was through the help of the Australian National University through the RRR Return, Reconcile, Renew project. However, it wasn't listed as Broome, it was Roebuck Bay. So it was lucky that Anisera picked up on that. But what's particularly interesting about this ancestor is he has a lot of provenance linked to his record, and that's quite unusual. And he's still in the Natural History Museum in London, but this ancestor links to first contact in Yaru country. And as a result of the retaliation, the punitive expedition that occurred when the search party came looking for the 3 missing explorers, this ancestor, Guariman, was, I suppose, found guilty through the eyes of the police officers at the time. There was a bush court, a trial, and even though he couldn't speak a word of English, they found him guilty, and he was beheaded, and his skull was sent to England. A part of that process that I was a part of with Anisera and another historian was looking through the archives in the State Library, looking through the explorers' journals. So that was another process to retrace the steps, because this area was undeveloped at the time. We just had to go by what was written in their journals. Where it gets particularly interesting for myself is we linked this story back to some oral history that remains in my family. 4 generations ago, my great-great-grandmother witnessed something very similar that matched the place and the time. And this ancestor with, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, the information is inscribed, etched in his skull. The name, the location, the year, and what he was murdered for. or his crime, so to speak. And there's a plaque up at the Fremantle Esplanade talking about this particular occasion. So there's that was quite shocking, translating all of this to the community. And some of the emotional, or the response we got from the community was, we have to get to the bottom of the story. Let's find out what's going on. Let's try and advocate and get him back. So that began the Wangajali Burragun project. Should we go into the perlers, or did you want to add anything to this before we move on?
I think the main thing was that people knew about that early contact. They knew that the settlers had tried. 1860s was the first attempt at settlement in the Broome, in that region of Roebuck Bay and Broome. It had failed, and everybody knew there had been a lot of violence. But the shock was that his skull had been taken as a trophy, and finding it in the Natural History Museum was even more disturbing. And I have to say, even as we were taken to see him, it was just not done in a very nice way. It was very clinical. His head was in a box. They shoved us in a small room. It just was horrible, really. And yet this was this first contact that people had. And we had a name, we had a place, we knew exactly what had happened. It was just this missing part of the story, that they'd taken his skull. And yeah, so it was all extremely shocking. But that was the first story. People are still waiting to have that ancestor return, despite all the provenance that is available for him. His name, the place, the historical records, we are still waiting. And it's, when did we go there? It's about 5 years now, at least. So patience is required. Yeah.
And then shortly, not too long after we, I suppose, activated this project, somebody within the Grassy Museum who was a friend of a friend, a connection to Auntie Sarah, reached out to advise that they had ancestral remains that belonged to Roebuck Bay, the divers of Roebuck Bay. So I think we were advised that there were about 7 ancestors at the very beginning. Now, we weren't too sure what to expect out of this process, because there was a bit of urgency placed on the repatriation itself due to, I think there was a change of government at the time. We had to fly over there really quite urgently, and the the government was going to pay for one representative, but given the sensitivity of this process, it was decided, well, we can't just send one person. We have to send we have to send a group of people, and we don't know exactly if they're just Yawuru. It's really quite close to Gurujati people as well. So a Gurujati representative came with us. I think there was about 7 people in total. It really was about the process rather than the cost of flying all of us together. And what happened, we quickly made our way over to Germany straight after London, actually, when we went to visit Guariman, and we were unsuccessful in securing Guariman's return. So we went to Berlin, and we were escorted by the curators at the Leipzig Museum. So we retraced the movements of our ancestors. We went to the Dresden Palace. Sorry, it's called the Leipzig Palace in Dresden, where we were shown our ancestors where they were put on display. And that was really quite an emotional experience for the entire group. For me, that's where the penny dropped, because I didn't quite understand why they were taken. I just kept asking why this was happening. And that's when I learnt about this theory of eugenics and evolution and the science behind and the black market that went on back then. And from there, we learnt that the 1942 bombing that happened in Dresden, the ancestors were taken down and shifted off to Leipzig. So we went to Leipzig, and that's when we actually greeted, or we saw them. And it was there that we learnt through the coronial report that there were more than 7. There were about 14 individuals, men and women, who were victims of blackbirding. And blackbirding is a term in relation to this pearling era through kidnapping and forced labour for our ancestors who suffered many injuries through the times. We learnt that there were children involved. They were so young that you could not, you didn't know what sex that they were. It was just, and they all suffered injuries through, remind me of the injuries, Annie Sarah, the ear.
The damage to the eardrums, the bashing on the head, which we had read in the records of incidents of abuse, but here it was in the bones. The evidence was in the bones, and also the age, the fact that women were involved. In 1871, they were supposed to have banned the use of women as divers. So the fact that women were part of the group, and also that prominent pearlers had prominent. Yep.
Sarah, I'm so sorry I'm jumping in like that. Could you? I've got the message from the room that you are very quiet. They can't hear you very well. Is there any way you could sit closer to microphone, perhaps, or speak a bit louder? That would be fantastic.
Sorry,
Thank you so much.
Yes,
both
sorry,
of us?
and we better.
Naomi, perfectly loud. Good.
Oh, okay.
Sarah, just
okay. Anyway, they didn't know. The bones and the ancestors showed that this history of abusive native divers had occurred, and and this is around the 1880s. So that was when Broome first started, and prominent pearlers from Broome, whose families are still in Broome, were the ones who had sold the remains to the museum. So I think the whole thing was a shock, but it was the time of first settlement of the Broome area. So, Naomi?
Yep. Sorry, I realised that we're probably getting a little bit short of time but we'll move on. Actually, Annie Sarah, you might talk better to this section.
Right, okay.
I think you did a bit more research around this one.
So while we were waiting, we did an exhibition, and when we were doing that, in the middle of it, I received this article from Corina about Klaatsch, Hermann Klaatsch, and this is when we first heard about him. I think that she will talk about it later, but it involved Father Nicholas Emo, and Nicholas Emo is revered in Broome by the Catholic Church because he was the founder, basically, of the church in Broome. And we have a Nicholas Emo Centre. He's been applauded for his humanitarian work. So I have to say it was a real shock to find that Emo in particular, but also other German priests were involved in the collection and the dehumanization of the ancestors, and complicit in hiding the fact that they were giving these remains to a German scientist. Klaatsch obviously had a good relationship with these priests, and so he was, where he was rejected in other areas, like in some of the prisons and so on, he was successful in obtaining these remains. And again, it tells the colonial story of that time, of how people were being treated and by the pearlers and other settlers. So yes, so that was a real shock, but I think it really brought out the collusion of the state and the church in this illegal trade of remains. And, you know, so yeah, it was a bit of a shock to us. I'll just quickly move on to the next group, just to finish this sort of colonial story. The other group of ancestors that we found and have located, and some have been returned. More people have been, their remains have been found in and around Broome, and then they were sent to museums around Australia. And it's a reflection of what was happening at the time. There was an apartheid-like act that was called the 1905 Aborigines Act, which saw all the people, Aboriginal people, or anybody who was classed as a native, you weren't allowed in the town. So these remains have been found around the edges of town from reserves and so on. So their story is about this whole period from the post-1905, but well into the 1920s and 30s, of an excluded population who lived on the outside of Broome. So together, these stories of these 32 ancestors just follows this the colonial story of the settlement of Broome. Okay, so people wanted to share this story. That was the instruction that we got from our cultural law bosses. And so we started to develop the idea of an exhibition. Maybe this one?
So yes, as Annie Sarah has mentioned, we've developed this exhibition, and it's not like a exhibition with objects. It was purely digital and through storytelling. And as I mentioned before, we used our lian, our feelings, to really guide how we were going to tell the story very sensitively, in a way that's not going to, there's a lot of shocking details, particularly we've got a very strong Catholic influence and presence here in Broome, but and the male family, who are the famous pearling family, we didn't want to create any kind of tension or generate any sort of hatred. We wanted to do this in a way that, yes, we have to acknowledge the past, and we have to tell it in a way that's going to just promote a message of healing. And this is the way that the community wanted it told, telling the story of the ancestors, but through the response of the community. This is what we felt when we found out. This is how we would like the audience to accept this information and come on this journey of healing with us, walk side by side with us. That's really the kind of take-home message, and something that we are trying to get out there as this way of truth-telling, as Paul mentioned before. It's a way to create some sort of reconciliation, to get the truth out there, because it has to be told. So this was a display that was put up. Really, it's to create that, rehumanization. We wanted to tell it through our eyes. There is the scientific background, but we're not talking about that. The exhibition talks about what, we introduce the ancestors we talk about the hard times that they lived through. We do talk about, the explorers and the anthropologists who came, and we talk about the museums, but it's mainly through the eyes of Yawuru and Gurjari people.
Okay, so we've jumped around a bit. This is part of the story was also about the actual experience that we had with the Grassy Museum. And given that the university is about to kind of work on the idea of, or hopefully engage in repatriation, it's probably worthwhile just referring back to that. They were amazing, and what they've done within their museum has been to create a total space within the museum that is dedicated to repatriation. And it's not just an exhibition space, it's also a working space, it's a community space, and all those activities are actually part of now the museum and its display. In that photo, you can just see a photo of the this new section that they've made. Next, Naomi. So we just wanted to say that really the whole experience was done with respect. We followed the cultural protocols. It's created an enduring partnership with the museum. It was informative. If they hadn't have done that investigative work about the remains, the forensic study that they did, we probably wouldn't have known that they were pearl shell divers. It was through that investigations that we were, and it was non-invasive investigations. It was a very successful repatriation, but as a community, we funded our own delegation to go. We worked in parallel with the Australian government. The Australian government had their own delegation, of which one member was a Yawuru person, but we sent our own cultural delegation as well, and it was a great exercise in truth telling about what had happened to those particular divers. It still is very emotional to talk about, really, when you think about who these people were. Maybe to the next one, Naomi. So they weren't just objects. With Birgit Sheps at the Grassy Museum, we were able to kind of give them names and identities. They went as far as to do some facial reconstruction so that they actually had a face. That was a tricky one because people didn't want necessarily to have photos, if you like, of people, but they felt that it was so important to kind of give them a face so that they had an identity, that they weren't just bones and objects, they were actually people. And then, and then they helped us to follow through the story. Next, Naomi. It's just because we're running out of time. They just had, and the embassy was fantastic. In this instance, we felt, I understand the anger of that other man earlier, that we shouldn't be here doing it, but I think the delegation was, and Naomi can say something, that just incredible gratitude for the way that it had been treated, and they used the whole exercise as a way of building a relationship. So I think it was a very powerful experience.
Yeah, it was definitely, they were very sincere to our cause, and they allowed us to do things our way, which was really important, by way of creating that safe passage for our ancestors and bringing that cultural smoke, to let them know that we were there to talk to them. And we were able, the government worked with us so we could, bring them home and let them know that we were right there. So that was really important in the process.
And quickly.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think I skipped ahead on myself here, but yes, the cultural protocols that we had to, I suppose, create ahead before the repatriation journey happened, and it was through the support of the German people and Grassy Museum and our Australian government as well. So when we landed in Sydney, we had the traditional owners from Sydney welcome us there, because we explained that we were bringing our ancestors onto their country. And then same at Perth Airport, we had the traditional owners, the Noongar people, welcome us into their country, and a performance was done there. And they're still there in storage. So at least we know that they're safe for now until we develop our resting place.
Okay. I think we're going to have to just skip through this talk about the exhibition. Maybe just hold it there for a minute.
Oh, here?
That other one, yeah. So Naomi said we didn't want to call it an exhibition, so we didn't really. But it was a journey, and we kind of curated it in such a way that people had to follow this journey of discovery, of finding out about the ancestors, of then finding out what happened to them, and then finding out about what happened to their remains when they were taken overseas and put in boxes and put on display and so on. And then the last part of the journey was around the resolution of, well, what are we going to do and how are we going to deal with it? How do we heal from this experience? And and how do we also bring them back? So, the experience follows that journey. But key to it was this reflective space, which you can see in the top corner, right-hand corner. And it was designed as a traveling exhibition. It's very kind of low-key and not flash, but we created this central space with projections, and Naomi might just want to talk about that. We wanted to create dialogue between the audience and the people and their experiences. And we also wanted to, the two main goals were to create a dialogue, but also to give voice to the ancestors. So
yeah, no, that's perfect.
That was just about the importance of country. Anyway, I think we probably have to go to the end, I think, because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, we're going to run out of time. Sorry, everyone.
Maybe to the memorial.
Yeah. Memorial, yeah. So this is a interpretation of the memorial resting place, which is in the Broome Cemetery. So we've been very fortunate to be supported by our local shire to have a block dedicated to this. And as you can see, there's a walkway for people to come and learn history through a bit of interpretive art pieces and understand some of the history that's gone on right here on Yawuru country. And then there's an ossuary up the back, which will be the secured storage for our ancestors. Now, traditionally, we don't we don't bury our ancestors. They would traditionally be in the trees or in the sand dunes. So burying them 6 feet under is not something that would typically be done. So the community decided a safe storage ossuary, which is protected and it's lockable. That was probably the best option in the current climate, because this is traditional people we're talking about here. So that's where we're at. This memorial resting place isn't done yet, or it actually hasn't even started. So that's high on the priority list to gather the funds to be able to build this important place. Is there anything you'd like to add, Sarah?
I think the provenance issue is important here. We know that the ancestors, the 32 ancestors that we know of, have been taken from Yaro country, but we actually, apart from Guariman, we actually don't really know where they're from. They could be from Broome and possibly are, but they could also have been. Broome's been a centre for, traditionally it was a centre of cultural exchange, but once the pearling industry got started, people were coming in or brought in or taken in, and so out of all of the ancestors, none of them we can be 100% sure that they're Yaros. So by placing them in an ossuary rather than burying them means that we can, if any further information ever comes to light, then we can, maybe take them back to their country or whatever. But until that time comes, it provides a culturally appropriate place where law bosses will be looking after them. It's not a public place, it'll be a private space, but they will at least be able to rest in the country where they were taken from. And that is the aim of the ossuary. And the memorial will share this story because we think it's an important story that the Australian nation is largely unaware of. And that was certainly the experience when we did the exhibition. Most people had no idea. So it clearly is an important story to tell. And I think it's, Naomi might want to finish on this. It is part of the healing journey that our nation needs to take. So maybe you want to just finish with.
Yes, there was a quote here. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. There was a. Anyway, sorry, I've lost my thought. Yeah, I think that's everything. Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, I think people just need to understand that it's a highly spiritual experience and people feel culturally responsible for the ancestors. They see it as their obligation to bring them home. The funny thing about this story, our story in particular, is that people often said, you know what, Sarah, we're not bringing them home. They're finding their way home. And the way the story of this colonial settlement of Australia unfolded absolutely reflected that, just the way they appeared in our own histories of telling the history of Broome and Yarra people. It just, we did feel that it was them telling us what happened, not us telling them. Yeah, it was very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naomi and Sarah, for this informative presentation. Thank you for the colonial story before showing us your work on the exhibition and your journey. And thank you to all the presenters in the panel for their presentation that I think so beautifully connect with each other. I'm not sure, and here I will ask organizers on the other side, whether we still have a few moments or rather we should finish now. We started a little bit later than planned, and I'm not really sure if we have time to bring for a few moments all the panelists back on stage. I can see we have a few moments. Could you please bring the speakers back on stage for just a few moments? And what I'd like to do is a kind of, not really summary, but to provide more useful and I think meaningful information for the participants in Poland, to talk to you and ask you a question about truth-telling. Because when we start sharing resources, we'll continue this discussion. This concept will be coming up. And for some of us, it's not so obvious. And it may even sound strange to some of us. And I think this concept of truth-telling resonates in a special way with those of us who were growing up in communist Poland, in a completely different way. With those of us who were growing up on the former German territories, or like myself, literally on the German cemetery where my block was raised, on the cemetery that was liquidated in an official process of imposing oblivion back in the communist Poland. So the truth-telling is relevant to all of us, whether in post-colonial, post-war, post-communist, or post-whatever reality and context. And so my question is, what does truth-telling mean to you? What does it involve? And I know it's a broad question, but I think it would be very useful to hear from you what it means to you. And it's a question to whoever wants to start.
I feel like maybe if Naomi needs to leave, maybe it would be great to hear from you, Naomi, if you still have a minute or two.
Yeah, sorry, I do need to shoot off. Gee, what does truth-telling mean to me? You know, I suppose in context to the current climate that we're in, living in Australia, truth-telling means to me, I suppose it's both parties. It's everyone. It's Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Working together, acknowledgement of the real truth. You know, not just one version of it. My experience on this repatriation journey certainly opened my eyes to some of the previous worldviews I just had no idea about. It's an important part of history. Definitely don't want to erase any of that, any of the bad things that happened, because it's what happened. So, you know, truth-telling is Indigenous people's truth, settlers people's truth, and telling it and including it, I should say. It's including all of the information. And I think some of the biggest issues that, you know, that's faced, and some of the things that we grapple with is it's not acknowledged. Some of the wrongdoings that have happened in the past aren't really acknowledged, and it hasn't, you know, that's the biggest part of reconciliation. So sorry, that was very not very well defined, but yeah, that's
perfect. Thank you so much, Naomi. I understand you need to go. You have other responsibilities waiting for you.
But thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you so much. That was a truly fascinating presentation, and I do believe we'll be in touch and continue this discussion. Thank you so much, Naomi.
Thank you.
And if I may, just for those who can stay, Sarah, you can stay with us for a moment. There is a question that I can see from Renata. Did any traces leading to Poland emerge during your research? You're muted. We can't hear you.
No, well, it came, that's why I said it came, I knew Corinna and Carsten Wergen, and Corinna had been doing work on Hermann Klaatsch, but we knew that he'd been to Australia, but I didn't know about the ancestral remains until they wrote that article about the, we just had no idea. And so we knew about cultural objects, and we were talking about the return of cultural objects, but did not know about the remains until very recently. And so that was the last piece of that sort of colonial story. So no, we had no idea. But their ancestors are just sort of, I have to say, sort of popping up all over the place. Just recently we found someone in Japan who'd been taken by, again, a very well-respected individual, Dr. Suzuki, who set up the Japanese hospital in Broome. Well, he just happened to be doing a trade in ancestral remains as well. Another guy, an explorer in Sweden, I went to, not Sweden, sorry, Norway. I went there. There are 6,000 skulls in their collection. Like, it raises the question, what are they going to do with 6,000 skulls? They're not all from Australia. 14 were collected by Knut Dahl in the 1890s. So they're just sort of falling in, but they all were doing it. But they all knew it was illegal because they all keep it quiet. And they don't have records. They don't have diaries about it. Corinna was able to read Klaatsch's letters, and it's in his personal letters that the story is exposed. They all knew that it was not kosher to be doing this. So, that's why I'm saying it's a surprise, and it absolutely, I don't think, one, it is truth-telling in the sense that it gives legs to the story of the colonial settlement and what happened, the physical abuses, the disrespect for the humanity of Aboriginal people, treating them like objects, denying them their cultural responsibilities, taking bodies, pretending they were in the packages that they were burying, that kind of thing. I mean, these were the missionaries doing that, for heaven's sake. So it was just really, really shocking.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Bits are just falling into place, little bit. So, yeah.
I'm glad we are on this path now. And so, Nara, you have Polish connection. I do acknowledge that time is, I think, is finished. But just very, very short question to Paul and Hilary, if possible. I was reading the other day that the 2022 Australian Reconciliation Barometer report reported that roughly 1/3 of the population do not know, here in Australia, do not know or cannot accept fundamental facts about our shared history. That's a quote from this barometer. And that only 6% of non-Indigenous respondents had participated in truth-telling activity in the last year. This was 2 years ago. Has anything changed?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that question because maybe I'll learn more about it when I go back to Australia in December. I'm currently in Vienna, in Österreich, in Austria. Just on this question of truth telling, it's a complex concept. I can only speak about it personally. When I was a young undergraduate at James Cook University in 1975, I think it was, I got to know Kath Walker, Oodgeroo Noonuccal, well. We campaigned together against what at that time was an exceedingly conservative government in Queensland. One of the things that Kath always said was that, keep in your mind the degree to which everyone always says there's a black problem in Australia. It's actually a white problem. And that kind of has always stayed with me. I mean, it may seem a simple thing to say, but in fact, it's actually a very profound and important point. And as a historian ever since, I've aimed to try to, as much as possible, to explain what happened in all of its complexity. The problem that we have with dealing with the scientific past and the ambitions of scientists is the way that terms like trophy hunting, selling and trading, all of these terms actually don't really match with the records. When we start looking at it, we begin to understand the degree to which this has to be understood, in terms of what the scientific aspirations of people were, but also the ambitions and rivalries between scientists at that time. And in this particular case, it seems to me that Klaatsch is determined, as it were, to be the authority in the field of human evolutionary studies at the turn of the 20th century. And this drives his ambition. I mean, I'm always struck, for example, that if you go to the Church of St. James in Sydney, there's a memorial to John Gilbert, who was the ornithologist on Leichhardt's expeditions. And his tomb, his memorial, actually says that it is sweet and decorous to die for science. Gilbert was actually killed by Aboriginal people for transgressing a sacred site in 1845, and this is certainly what happened to him. But it's important to understand that, because ultimately science is a very human activity, like every other activity. And one of the things that worries me, and it's always driven the historical work I've done, is the extent to which, as I mentioned before, those who oppose repatriation, or those who put the scientific argument for the continued access to remains for study, always say, "Oh, our science is different." The second thing they say is, "Oh, they were terrible racists in the past. They that's that, but that's all changed now. It's all different." Well, in terms of the science that was taking place, yes, it's changed. In terms of the blatant racialist assumptions which were implicit within the culture in which this science took place, yes, they are no longer there. But we have to ask ourselves whether the continued aspirations and ambitions of scientists, when it comes to things like DNA analysis of remains, taking of data without proper consultation to Aboriginal communities, all of these kind of issues, which ultimately are driven by the sort of ambitions that one finds in the academic sphere, we have to ask ourselves whether the lesson from looking at the past is to realize that science continues to be a human activity. And so in terms of truth-telling, I think my point of view has always been that ultimately the importance of historians is to basically tell that complexity, and ultimately to get people to see the degree to which those kind of very human dimensions of science are still with us, and we must address the kind of ethical and the moral issues that they raise. It is simply not good enough to sort of say, yes, is this the past? Yes, it was terrible. Oh, now let's all move on because it's different today. Well, the question is, how different? How different is it? On that general question then of just, it's a very complex thing to talk about contemporary responses and reactions to truth-telling today, particularly after what the Queensland government has done in shutting down truth-telling within that state, which is outrageous. But it is ultimately the job of academics to be talking to audiences, assuming that there is still this white problem, as it were, settler problem within post-settler society that we need to address, and to welcome, obviously, the wealth of stories and knowledge that comes from Indigenous people around Australia to contribute to that process of truth-telling. And then I think there is the work of how we reconcile all of this.
Thank you so much, Paul. And well, the question was also asked to Hilary, but we're really running out of time. But it stays there, and we are meeting after the break and after 2 further presentations. So please, bear it in mind. And I'm sorry to cut it like that. Thank you so much to all of you. And please come back in, I think, 20 minutes to our next session. Thank you so much.
Raz, dwa. Działa, tak. We are ready to start the second session. My name is Jacek Małczyński and I represent the Department of Cultural Studies at Wrocław University. And we will start the second section from the lecture given by Dr. Corina Erkenbrecht, and we are delighted to have you here at Wrocław University. And let me introduce Dr. Corina Erkenbrecht. Dr. Corina Erkenbrecht is a cultural anthropologist. Now she works in the Reichs-Engelhorn museums in Mannheim in Germany as a head of the Department of World Cultures and Natural History. And in her research, she concentrates mainly on Australia and Oceania. And from 2004, she concentrates mainly on Hermann Klaatsch, his biography, especially his linguistics and cultural concepts. But Dr. Corina Erkenbrecht was also involved in research concerning the provenance of human remains, which is especially interesting from our point of view. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for this kind introduction, and a warm welcome from me to you all here in Wrocław, and also to all participants in Australia. First of all, many thanks to Renata Tanczuk and Aga Jablonska for organizing this conference. I think it's really unique. It's really unique, this event, that we all come together from Australia, from Germany, from Poland, and discuss this very important topic. So thank you very much for doing this and for inviting me. And also thanks a lot to the speakers in the morning session. That was really inspiring for me to listen to you all. Greetings to Hillary and Paul, Sarah, and Naomi. I know you and the places where you are at present. So that was really also very good, very nice, really. Now, let's start my presentation. And, well, as a start, I included, and I will include, some historical photographs of Klaatsch in Australia. Okay, that's better, I think. And this is an excursion in the countryside near Wyndham, Western Australia, in July, September 1906. Photo of Hermann Klaatsch standing at the left-hand side, and the right-hand side, the white fellow, that's Dr. Maloney, doctor, police magistrate of Wyndham. But they're not only white people on this photo, there are also two indigenous people. One is a cook cooking dinner, that kangaroo in the fire, and the other one is caring for the horses. So it's interesting also in this photograph to analyze colonial photography. This presentation contains, of course, names and images about deceased people, which might cause distress for some readers and onlookers. And also, I usually have this advice not to take photos or make screenshots, because I talk to larger audiences, smaller audiences, and people go click, 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 click. And this is, I don't know how you feel about this. Of course, I don't want to conceal anything. The truth must be told, and I will tell you the truth, or at least Klaatsch's truth, but there may be some reasons, copyright reasons, private reasons, also disturbing or upsetting reasons why it may come as a shock to have isolated documents circulating. like Sarah and Naomi were saying, that no, it's a shock to hear about that. And I will show you osteological lists of Klaatsch. And so it's better to have them in a context, that's what I think. But we can discuss this, what you think and what you in Australia think about that. So this is my overview of what I'm going to talk about. Introduction, who was Klaatsch, and why he traveled to Australia, most of the things we have already heard. But then a critical assessment of his ethnographic collection and his collection of human remains, his aims, networks, methods, and so on, his lists of osteological acquisitions, and so on. And then the reflections, the research value of Klaatsch's documents, approaches for future research and possible repatriation, or the cases in Germany. And as the last slide, Klaatsch has a multifaceted personality because he had many sides to his person. So who was Hermann Klaatsch? We heard a lot about that already in the morning. You know that he was a Berlin-born doctor, medical doctor in the first place, physical anthropologist and comparative anatomist, that he studied at Heidelberg University and completed his habilitation. But then he left university and worked as an independent scholar until 1904, when he traveled to Australia and Java for 3 years. And after that, he became professor of anatomy here in Wrocław. And because of his new responsibilities as university professor, and because he turned his attention to the new fossil finds in Germany and southern France, maybe in the Dordogne, his focus shifted away from Australia after his 3-year stay there. He died suddenly in 1916 while giving lectures, while being on a trip giving lectures. So what's important to mention here also, that all publications after 1916, although it says Hermann Klaatsch, they're not by him, they're by others who changed the text and so on. So that's not his original, these are not the original manuscripts and so on. Why did he travel to Australia? We heard about Otto Schürtensack. That's a photo that Paul used also. Schürtensack, he was a chemist, but also had interests in paleontology and anthropology. And these two friends were Darwinists, interested in the origin of the species and so on. And they were speculating about where this anthropogenesis did take place in prehistory. And Schürtensack, he believed that given the specific ecoclimatic conditions in Australia, the evolution of mankind had happened on the 5th continent. And Schürtensack, he was suffering from bad health because he had handled chemicals without proper protection. The two friends decided that Klaatsch, who had no work or family obligations, that he should travel to Australia instead to find evidence for this Out of Australia collection theory. So when the opportunity arose, quite suddenly, Klaatsch left Germany in February 1904. So he was a very spontaneous person. How did Klaatsch, in fact, manage? He was able to go to Australia and travel there and go back again. That's why he met Francis, the businessman, from North Queensland, and Clotten was going to travel to North Queensland soon to inspect his mine. So when they met again at a private meeting, then they agreed that Clotten would take Klaatsch with him, pay for the trip over, also finance his photographic equipment, and when also helped Klaatsch indirectly getting human remains in North Queensland. I will talk about that example later on. And when Klaatsch wanted to return to Germany in 1907, he also paid for the trip over, which was via the Pacific, all across the United States, and then across the Atlantic. This is maybe one photo that I found recently, which may depict Clotten. He's hard to find in history who he was, but Mrs. Clotten is identifiable on other photos, so I thought this might be him. Now let me have a. So where and how in Australia did Klaatsch travel? That's a self-drawn map I recently found in the documents. He traveled, as you can see, he traveled all along the coastline and hardly ever inland. Only in North Queensland he was able to travel a little bit into the interior, for instance, to the Atherton Tablelands, and he had a free ticket for all trains from the government, very important for him, so he was able to move around freely without costs. Costs were very expensive. On Melville Island, he also traveled inland a little bit to the camp of buffalo hunters. Joe Cooper was his name, where he lived with indigenous people there together. But apart from that, he mainly used ships traveling up and down the coasts, as you can see from this map. Well, Klaatsch spent the entire first year in Queensland, where he met Walter E. Ross, the Queensland protector for Aborigines, who helped him in many ways. For instance, Klaatsch could use a government sailboat Melbedeer, which means messenger in the local language, and to travel around the Gulf of Carpentaria. But during these travels in Queensland, it sort of dawned on him, no matter what all the theories were, his publications and so on, it dawned on him that he would not be able to find really evidence for this out of Australia theory by Schoetensack. So he had to look for other means of keeping on traveling, financing his travels. And at that time, the letters from German museums came in and began to reach him if he would be able to collect artifacts for their museum collections. And they, in turn, would pay him for that. So he quickly grasped this opportunity and started to collect artifacts. Now, at a certain amount, and he got other letters later on, not only from one, other letters were coming in from other museums as well. So he turned into a collector of ethnographic artifacts, and there, for instance, some artifacts from North Queensland, from the Western Cape York Peninsula, and those decorations made from seashells. And it's documented that these were the first artifacts that he actively picked up and collected for his starting collections. However, he was, of course, equally interested in getting human remains as well. He didn't do this for the German Museums of Ethnology. They didn't ask him to do this. But he did it for his own ambitions as physical anthropologist and comparative anatomist, for his future career, of course, and also as a means for maintaining his networks in the academic world, like sending human remains to important colleagues in Germany, to the Royal Academy in Berlin, sending a dead body from Australian Aborigines, saying, hey, look what I've got for you, and isn't that, am I not a great academic? So he did it for his own reputation as well, and maintaining his networks. So parallel to his ethnographic artifacts and collections, he used every opportunity and every method to also obtain human remains. And he kept lists of osteological acquisitions. I will show them. And these were the lists. But he also mentioned it in his letters, in his notebooks, in his other notes he had, fragments, papers, and so on. So it's here, there, and everywhere in the documents. So the documents from his Australian journey are manifold. He kept, he took the photographs and made lists of the photographs. He wrote letters to Schoetensack, very many, very long letters. He had notebooks and diaries where he noted a lot of things. He made drawings, but let also other people do drawings, also children, indigenous children. He had manuscripts, artifact lists, indigenous vocabularies, very important source for linguistic research, ethnographic questionnaires, anthropometric charts. He started with that as well. He collected newspaper clippings and all kinds of things. So here you see one of his photographs and his own numbering and classification system. Let's see, North Queensland, East, which means Ost in German, Bellenden-Care, which is a mountain range in North Queensland. Why did he never publish his Australian book? There are many reasons for it. He wrote three different manuscripts, but in the end, he never published it. And the reasons are quite interesting. He disliked the British colonial government and the way they maltreated the Aboriginal population. And he criticized that a lot. What the police, what the common white people, what the missionaries and so on, what they did at cattle station owners, what they did to indigenous people. But on the other hand, he had also received a lot of help from them. He had a free ticket from the government. So he couldn't sort of publish a book and scandalize the government. He was ambivalent if he should do this. So, that's why he never did it. But then World War I started, and now all of a sudden Germany and Great Britain were enemies in the war. Then he felt free to now say openly what he thought of the British. So then he said, I will write my book and publish my book now. Then he wrote his third manuscript, but then he died without ever having finished it. So that's the reason why all these documents still exist, but were never published. They still existed in the family, and thanks also to the grandson who took his grandfather's documents with him wherever he went. He emigrated to the USA and moved around there, and he always took it with him. How did I become involved in this? I was informed about all these documents in 2002. We applied for research grants, which were finally successful. I flew to the United States 3 times to the Klaatsch family home, digitized the materials. You see the notebooks here. You can see the size of it. Small notebooks with a lot of pages in it. And I digitized every page, transcribed it, and analyzed it in Cologne. And my focus at that time was the ethnographic collections in Cologne, where I worked at the time, Leipzig, Hamburg, and also in Warsaw, where I was in 2005, plus Klaatsch's scientific perception of indigenous culture and society. In general, that was the overall question. So in 2010 and 18, I could publish the results from that. Other research was, for instance, about the linguistic studies, which I mentioned. This 2 of the 12 notebooks from Australia are entirely about the Nyul culture and language. Up here, you see where we are in in Australia. So I was and I am involved in linguistic research. It's a Nyul German dictionary. Interesting in this is also that, indigenous people were given names, British names, missionary names, like all of a sudden they were called Adam, Sarah, and Jacob, and so on. But they also had, of course, their real names. And Klaatsch was one. I don't know any other scholar who did this. He wrote tables of the British name and of the real indigenous names. Now, last year and this year, I was able to move all the Klaatsch documents to Mannheim. It was agreed upon by the family that, they didn't want to keep it in their family forever because they live in the United States now. Grandchildren grow up there. They don't know German anymore. And it's all in German. It's about a German scholar. The collections are here in Europe. I offered to have it in our archive and our museum in Mannheim. So it was agreed that we move it. And I did. I flew over last year and did all the packing and organizing. And then it arrived in my office this February and March. And since then we did an inventory of all the material with the help of some students, because it's really a lot now. Now, a critical assessment of Klaatsch's legacy, his ethnographic collection, and also the human remains, collection of human remains, and the sensitive parts in it. Okay, I'm afraid you cannot read this. But you get an impression how Klaatsch kept his lists, ethnographic lists of ethnographic artifacts, the numbers, amount of fish spears, for instance, and all that. And he wrote many, many lists of this. So he kept a good documentary, and the story is that it was sent to the museums who had written letters to him. Could you please collect for us? So they were sent there to Leipzig, Hamburg. Then the Cologne Museum offered to do a whole exhibition with his entire collection. So they were all redirected to Cologne. The museum directors in Leipzig and Hamburg were not amused about that. But after the exhibition in Cologne, the collection was redistributed again to those museums who had already paid for it, and one part went to Warsaw. But it's unclear in the documents whether Klaatsch just took the rest with him or if he deliberately picked his choice before it was distributed to the others. But he knew quite well that he had to satisfy those other museum directors as well. So it was probably a compromise. So what kinds of methods did he use for his ethnographic collection? Direct negotiations with the original producers, acquisitions through local inhabitants of the area, from the police who had disarmed indigenous people and kept the artifacts, and then they were given away to any traveling collector who was interested in it. He also used absence in camps. People had been driven away or left during the day. He just took artifacts that were left over. Also from missionaries, indigenous people had to give away their artifacts when they were driven to the mission stations at one place, in some places when they adopted Christianity. But Klaatsch was also able to collect artifacts, very sensitive artifacts from the missionaries at Beagle Bay, because they said, here's a collector, a friend of ours, please give them your artifacts. And so that's with the help of all these people, Klaatsch was able to collect his ethnographic collection. And here are some examples. Some were produced or commissioned on the wish of the collector. Please make these boat models. I come back next year and then I will collect them. Or what we cannot see here, he also integrated artifacts which were made of modern material, like the bottom of green glass bottles. Okay, human remains and their documentation. Now we come to the core point. A list of ethnographic artifacts suddenly turns into a list of osteologica. Osteologica Zugang. Accession since so-and-so, 21st of January until February. And he lists the numbers 26 to 28 and is describing the skeletal, the skulls and the skeletal parts and remains, male or female, how the people died and how they looked like, and some anthropological information along with that. And there's a pencil handwriting in between, which you can't see in this presentation very good, but very well. But yes, 5 minutes, okay. Sorry, you can't read it in detail, but the pencil handwriting was by Schüttensack, and he had the lists typed. And here you see even more information about these individuals, numbers 26 to 28. So who these people were, where they lived, how they died, and so on. It's all in these lists. Let me see. Now, this is a list of my osteological collection of Australian Aborigines, number 1 to number 25. So this is the start of it, the beginning. See, I'm presenting to you the documents, how I found them in the in the whole archival material. Now, suddenly it turns out there's a list starting with the number 1. It's all quite well described, the skulls, the skeletal parts, and so on, how this, what kind of person, male, female, the condition, and so on. And number 9 is very interesting, skull and skeletal parts of an elderly man with quite unusual dimensions, and so on. And the brother of this skeleton, and he corrects himself, the brother of this dead person wanted to spear me at Normanton. And that's a very well-known story. What happened at Normanton? Here are the examples of the methods of obtaining human remains. In Normanton, white locals took Klaatsch on horse rides into the countryside and guided him to the graves they knew. When Klaatsch came back to Normanton, the indigenous people knew very well what he had done, accused him, tried to spear him. The white people told Klaatsch, please stay in the hotel and take the next ship out of town, which he did. Then Clotten donated money to the church in North Queensland, and then the Archbishop told the local pastors in the remote areas to show Klaatsch the graves, where the indigenous people had begged the pastors not to reveal the graves. Okay. Other places, Klaatsch talked, asked, or bribed the workers at jails, cemeteries, churchyards, and so on, to show him the graves and let him do it. He also used the contacts at universities, anatomists. Now, what I would like to come to now is that I was also doing research here in the skull collection at the Cathedra Anthropologie. And I was here in 2006, and I did a photo documentary of the collection. I was very well received, it was very nice. Professor Pawlowski, are you here? So, where are they? What I want to tell you is that we have a number 9. Just one example on this list, show you here. We have a number 9 from Normanton, a skull. That's probably him. And this is for the colleagues in Australia. That's a 2-page list, which I made a photo documentary. And what I would like to say with that the historical documents of Klaatsch in German, now in Mannheim, they correspond, they match, they overlap with the skull collection here. And we should all work together to, to get a progress. Now, repatriations that have happened in Germany, where I helped with the documents, perspectives for further research and possible repatriation. Human remains are no objects, they are human beings and they belong to Australia. It was said by the other people, Klaatsch as a multifaceted personality. That's my last slide. And he had many sides to his personality. he also scandalized the maltreatment of indigenous people. He took a lot of photos when he came across this situation, and he quickly figured out the whole system. Wealthy pastoralists, they just wanted the people off the land, and the police were paid per head. So how, you know, the number of indigenous people they brought in changed and were paid per head, no matter if these people had committed any crimes or not. And they were just kept in jail like lions in a cage. Other quotes that he said, I translated a couple of quotes. The step from the Stone Age to the age of electricity will inevitably be a deadly one. That's what he said. Asking the innocent sons of the wilderness to do this step in one generation is asking for too much. So these are original quotes, two original quotes that I that's telling you a little bit of what he thought. So he was a very keen, very independent observer and witness of the situation, and therefore he is a very important source. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very instructive lecture on Klaatsch biography, and for sharing with us all these sensitive archival materials. Now I would like to introduce our second speaker, which is Łukasz Bukowiecki. Łukasz Bukowiecki is an assistant professor in the Institute of Polish Culture at the University of Warsaw, and from this year he is also one of a head of the institute, so congratulations. Łukasz is interested mainly in memory studies, heritage studies, also memory studies, especially in the context of the Baltic Sea area. He published many articles in different books and journals, but to Polish readers, I would like to recommend his book on non-existing museums. And now Łukasz is involved in a project regarding the biography of Hermann Klaatsch Human Remains collection. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I have a presentation. Should I start it, or? Let me start with my personal thanks to the conference organizers. In November last year, I could have not imagined that within a year such an encounter as today it could be ever possible. Participants from Australia, Germany and Poland, representing different personal and professional relations to indigenous Australians and various fields of expertise, may meet each other in the city where the part of the Klaatsch collection is still stored, to discuss together about its difficult past and potential futures. Let me start with the ethical disclaimer. All I'm going to say today could be distressing for the members of Australian indigenous communities, as my paper deals with the issue of human remains of indigenous Australians who are dehumanized, taken far from their homeland, and who awaits their return, having been kept as part of the university collection in Wrocław, Poland, formerly Breslau, Germany, since 1907, that is for almost 120 years. About my positionality, ladies and gentlemen, for many various reasons, I'm an outsider to the topic of Hermann Klaatsch's legacy. I don't have Australian roots, I don't speak German, I am not a biologist, I don't work in a museum. However, as a cultural anthropologist, as a museum studies researcher, and as a memory activist, I feel involved and motivated to engage with this sensitive heritage. The relevant community I belong in this regard is community of implication, to use the term proposed by Professor Erika Lehrer from the Concordia University in Montreal, in order to include people who are affected by or can be said to be implicated in certain tangible or intangible cultural products in ethical terms. To adapt this concept, I have to repeat what Professor Eckenbrecht said already, that human remains are by no means objects, they are human beings, and as such, they cannot be reduced to the status of cultural products. However, the concept and the practices of creating and maintaining of anthropological scientific collection with all the assumptions behind there is a very cultural product indeed, and as such might be, and moreover, even should be, denaturalized and denormalized. Therefore, my objectives are threefold. On the level of ethical involvement, to critically engage with the status quo, to unlearn what is perceived as indisputable and objective, to look for and discuss what should be done to restore social justice in bilateral relations and global contexts. On the level of public history and memory activism, to advocate for a general standard that the history of collections implicated by difficult past should not be hidden from general public, but instantly should be openly discussed in public sphere, in lectures, open debates, workshops, conferences. That is basically what we are doing now. And also as an important part of the museum narrative presented on the exhibitions. And then on the research level, as an anthropologist and museum studies researcher, I would like to reframe and rewrite the history of Polish anthropology, in particular, to reconstruct why and how in practice was cultural anthropology separated from physical anthropology, or just anthropology, adjectiveless anthropology, in post-war Poland, and how this process was affected by and or developed in the collection management policies introduced in the Polish museum sector after the Second World War. Today, I'm going to tell you something about the history of the Klaatsch collection in post-war Poland, Klaatsch legacy in Polish museums, and to address some dimensions and features making this heritage truly sensitive. Some of human remains of indigenous Australians, previously collected by German comparative anatomist and physical anthropologist Hermann Klaatsch during his fieldwork in Australia, are still kept in storages of the Museum of Men at the Human Biology Department of the University of Wrocław. Today, Wrocław in Poland, before 1945, to remind you, Breslau in Germany. I first learned about this collection in 2020 when I was browsing the museum's website, looking for its opening hours in the search for a potential case to study as a postdoctoral researcher within the EU Horizon 2020 international research project ECOS on European colonial heritage modalities in entangled cities. But it was far too late for my visit. The seat of the museum at Kuźnicza Street in Wrocław, a former Joseph convict or Heinrich Steffens house, also known as Collegium Anthropologicum, once closed to the public because of the COVID-19 restrictions, had been being refurbished for a few months, and at that time, and the museum permanently closed to the public. As it occurred a few years later, the museum has never opened again, neither in this venue nor elsewhere. However, the museum website provided me with the information about the history of its collection and the ways they were preserved during and after the Second World War. It was clearly stated there that the origins of the Anthropological Museum date back to the pre-war period when collections began to be collected at the then Institute of Anthropology of the Medical Faculty of the German University of Wrocław. The name Breslau was not mentioned. The institute was described as headed by Professor Egon von Eichstätt without further developing of his biography, and considered one of the most dynamic research centers of this type in the world. After the war, in 1945, according to the same source, the Department of Anthropology of the Polish University of Wrocław was established with Dr. Karol Stojanowski as its head. Thanks to cooperation between Polish anthropologists and Professor Eichstätt, it was possible to locate part of the surviving German pre-war collections. Then the crucial part of the descriptions was presented on the website to cite. Information obtained from Professor von Eichstätt also made it possible to locate the famous Hermann Klaatsch collections of exotic skulls, moved in the last months of the war and hidden in the tower of the castle in Bobrowice Śląskie. The collection was found in October 1946. As a result of poor storage conditions, out of total of 400 skulls, only 140 was salvaged, including 80 Australian and 60 African ones. Human Biology Department Museum's collections are used for research and didactic activities. At first, I was confused by a word choice. At that time, I knew literally nothing about Klaatsch, nor his research in Australia, nor skulls he acquired. It wasn't famous for me at all. And it has to be said that I learned about Klaatsch and his legacy for the very first time in my life, exactly from the Wrocław Museum of Men's self-description published on its website. At the same time, I found the used language, especially the expression exotic skulls, inappropriate and outdated. The location stated on the museum website as the place where the Klaatsch collection was evacuated to and hidden during the war also involves a fascinating mistake. Bobrowice Śląskie, where the collection was supposedly found in the tower of the castle, simply does not exist. There are Bobrowice and Bobrowniki Śląskie, but neither of these locations hosts any castle with or without a tower, nor even a tower without a castle. This inaccuracy intrigued me a lot and led me to start my own research, beginning with fact-checking on the elementary level, the task which I haven't completed yet and maybe never will. Thanks to correspondence with Joanna Lamparska, an author of popular guidebooks on mysteries of Lower Silesia, I got to know that the Klaatsch collection was hidden during the war in the village named from November 1946 up to today, Siedlęcin, before the war German Boberorsdorf, that happened to be called between May 1945 and October 1946 with use of 3 different temporary names: Borowice, Bobrowice, Sobięcin. In contrast to previously mentioned villages and towns, in this Bobrowice Siedlęcin village, there is a tower-like fortified manor. The author of the text published on the museum website used the temporary Polish name of the village from the exact time of post-war rediscovery of the Klaatsch collection that happened in October 1946. That is just a month before the village has been renamed. However, he or she did not mention the contemporary name of this place, nor the German one, as it was transparently obvious for the readers, or just opposite. The whole story maybe was forgotten, unknown, and unlikely to locate on contemporary map. My hypothesis was that this fragment of the text from the museum website may come from much older sources. The oldest one I have found so far, which provides the same information in a very similar way, is a description of the Wrocław Center of Polish Anthropology, coming from the book about research centers for anthropology established in post-war Poland, the book which was published originally in 1959. Another, even more important questions I was provoked by reading the museum narrative was about the origins and the scope of the Klaatsch collections, as it didn't mention that its Australian part had originated from Klaatsch's own fieldwork, nor that there are not only human skulls in this collection, but also bones from human skeletons. And it didn't precise how Klaatsch had come into possession of human skulls from other areas than Australia, which he had never visited. In 1955, a Polish anthropologist, Halina Milicerowa, stated in her monograph Krania Australica that after the Second World War, Polish anthropologists found an inventory of the Klaatsch collections in the archive of the Department of Anthropology in Wrocław, in which there was a list of around 200 human skulls, out of which only 80 survived poor storage conditions during the last months of war. Milicerowa did not specify where those 200 skulls had come from, but both in terms of belonging to cultural and social groups, geographical areas of research, or ways Klaatsch got them, but she described in details all 80 skulls that she identified as coming from Australia and listed in the inventory of the Klaatsch collection. Professor Erkenbrecht wrote in 2018 that entire Klaatsch collection of human remains procured in Australia originally amounted to 95 individuals, and that the number of skulls from Klaatsch collection house in Wrocław did not exceed 70 skulls during her visit. So it's one of the contradictions in numbers. Yeah. The numbers given by Milicerowa and Erkenbrecht are rather similar, and there may be no contradiction in this data. However, both researchers provided another explanation for the origins of this collection. While Professor Erkenbrecht, also today, has evidence for grave violating activities committed by Klaatsch, using knowledge mainly coming from his own letters, notebooks, and personal diaries, Milicerowa focused on the ways skulls were identified in the Klaatsch collection's inventory and on permanent markers put on the skulls. According to her, both in the inventory list and in the denotation placed on the skulls and other skeletal bones, the letter R and the following number is inscribed, what made her sure that the whole craniological material from the Klaatsch collection stored in Wrocław originally came from the collection of Walter E. Roth, already mentioned also by Professor Erkenbrecht, protector of the Aboriginal Australians in Queensland. At the same time, Milicerowa did not mention any letters key as markers neither in the inventory nor on the skulls. I don't have time to present my hypothesis what could have happened, but maybe it will be a time at the discussion part of this session. But let's skip. Okay. In the history of Klaatsch legacy in Polish context, there are plenty of such inconsistencies and ambiguities. What we know for sure is that the human remains identified as coming from the Klaatsch collection are still stored and protected in the Museum of Man in Wrocław, while the ethnographic artifacts from the same collection were moved to Warsaw in 1953 and since then have been stored and protected in the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. The history of transfers and appropriation of the Klaatsch collection after 1945 reveals the Polish state policy regarding the ownership of the museum objects that used to be property of German institutions or citizens before the war. In post-war Poland, formerly German assets were forcefully and massively nationalized, and particularly valuable goods were moved to the state museums. Warsaw, by default, was place of delivery of the museum objects moved from cities like Wrocław, located on former German territories incorporated to post-war Poland. What is untypical in this story is the direction of transfer of human remains from pre-war Polish scientific collections that in the mid-1950s were moved from Warsaw to Wrocław to be merged with the post-German ones, including the Klaatsch collection. It was almost the same moment, around 1953, when all the ethnographic objects from Klaatsch collection were moved to the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw, and when the collections of the Institute, pre-war Polish Institute of Anthropological Sciences, affiliated with the Warsaw Scientific Society, were incorporated into the resources of the newly established state-led Polish Academy of Sciences, and as such were moved to its newly established Department of Anthropology located in Wrocław. Just after the war, Klaatsch collection of human remains was moved back to the city, which had been newly incorporated into Poland, and under its new post-war borders, subject to the forced expulsion of the German population and renamed as Wrocław. As part of this dramatic transformation, in August 1945, the Universitat Breslau was renamed as Uniwersytet Wrocławski. In the first post-war decades, Wrocław became the bedrock of Polish anthropology, which followed the traditions of the pre-war research center of Lwów, Lemberg, today's Lviv, in Ukraine. In addition to the Department of Anthropology at the University of Wrocław, the city also housed the newly created Department of Anthropology of the Polish Academy of Sciences, formed in December 1952, which quickly developed into the largest anthropological research center in Poland. The university's pre-war German anatomical collections, which survived the war, were merged with similar collections transferred from other institutions in Poland and then used for research and didactic activities. In order to store and protect these collections, the Museum of Men in Wrocław was established in 1954, and as a joint project of the Department of Anthropology of the Polish Academy of Sciences and the Department of Anthropology at the University of Wrocław. To my knowledge, human remains from the Klaatsch collection have never been presented publicly, neither at this museum nor elsewhere. For many decades, the access to the Museum of Men was limited only to researchers and students of anthropology. However, in 1997 or 2012, the Museum of Men was opened for general public, but after less than 2 decades, in 2020, was closed again. For a few years, the museum has not offered any permanent or temporary exhibitions for general public. The museum lost its main venue at Kuźnicza Street, and one of the museum founders, the Department of Anthropology of Polish Academy of Sciences, was incorporated in 2016 into the structures of the Ludwig Hirschfeld Institute of Immunology and Experimental Therapy. But a second museum founder, in the meanwhile renamed as Human Biology Department, is still responsible for storage of human remains from University of Wrocław museum collections. But a Klaatsch ethnographic collection remained in Wrocław, formerly Breslau, until 1953, when it was transferred to the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. Today, this museum houses about 300 cultural artifacts collected in Australia by Klaatsch. These artifacts account for the majority of the museum's Australian collection, which, despite its rather modest size, is Poland's largest collection of exhibits from Australia. The Australian collection of the State Ethnographic Museum is also not presented to the general public. It was closed with a view to rearrange the exhibition and rewrite its narrative after its critical evaluation published in 2012. And some more theoretical explanation. It was only recently when museum and heritage professionals started disputing that among so-called post-German heritage, there are also objects that were not originally German in terms of ownership or provenance. For instance, those taken over by the Third Reich from its victims. Among them, there are artworks looted by German Nazis during the war, or the property of Jews expropriated on the basis of anti-Semitic racist legislation or murdered in the Holocaust. Among them, there are also, as in the Klaatsch collection example, human remains and cultural goods from non-European areas implicated by colonial context of inequality, injustice, and violence. The latter situation might be defined by a notion of second-hand colonialism, a term proposed by Dr. Caroline Linhuijsen from the Open University of the Netherlands to describe colonial ambitions, imaginary, and complicity of nation-states such as Poland that did not have colonies of their own, and what's more, were themselves exposed to plundering perpetrated by other countries sometimes, but at the same time, they have benefited from global colonial matrix of power indirectly. Here you can see the short citation from Małgorzata Milanowska, an art historian, museum professional, and former Ministry of Culture, that say, we may wonder to what extent the former German collections are of clear provenance in Poland. If a hypothetical collection of Yakut art created in the 19th century in Berlin found its way, for example, to an archaeological museum in Łódź, should it be returned to the Germans or the Yakuts, or perhaps kept there? In fact, we do not need a hypothetical collection to prove that the call for decolonization in the museum sector is indeed relevant in Poland. There are many museum collections or single museum objects in Poland that are highly problematic in terms of their entangled colonial provenance or legacies, which at the same time often relate to Poland's unique historical experience. And there is, of course, 1 minute, sure, something more, human remains in Polish museums, something that make this heritage truly sensitive. Emilia Jastrzębska has published her report. It was published officially in January this year by Polish National Institute of Museums. And it is said in the report that at least 96 Polish museums out of around 1,000 have collections of human remains in their storages. 75 out of those 96 museums collect human remains coming from archaeological excavations. And 41 out of those 75 museums still present human remains at their temporary or permanent exhibitions. And the Museum of Men in Wrocław is listed among the scope of this research in this report. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be my last slide. Unobvious analogies between Museum of Men in Wrocław and State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. They both are implicated by the Klaatsch legacy and responsible for protecting his former collection from Breslau. They both are not presenting anything from the Klaatsch collection on their exhibitions nowadays, and they both are affected now or soon will be affected by decolonial processes in this regard. In 1945, we colonized a colonizer. Today, we need to decolonize ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the lecture, and thank you very much for giving us an important the post-war context of Hermann Klaatsch collection. Now I'm going to introduce Magdalena Wróblewska. Magdalena Wróblewska is an art historian, but also a museologist. She works as director of the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw, but also she works at the University of Warsaw as an assistant professor. She's interested in the concept of decoloniality, also in the Polish context. To English readers, I would like to recommend her book, Practicing Decoloniality in Museums. But to Polish readers, I would like to recommend especially her book on using the photography in art history. Magdalena Wróblewska will be responsible for moderating Q&A session. So now I'm giving the floor to Magdalena Wróblewska and all of our guests.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jacek, for this nice introduction, and thank you to organizers for having me here. And maybe it's also a moment for a brief statement about my own position. As Jacek mentioned, I am director of the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. The museum that was, please have a seat, Corina and Łukasz with me, and I hope that that our colleagues are still online with us, so we can also ask them questions. Oh, I can see Hilary and Paul. Great. So Łukasz mentioned Corina and Łukasz, actually, they both mentioned the ethnographic part of Klaatsch collection that is now in State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. This part of collection is removed from the exhibition. It happened in 2012, as Łukasz mentioned, and I'm not sure what was the exact circumstance for this decision, but there was a review of this exhibition by Andrzej Turowski that was published in Gazeta Wyborcza newspaper, and this critique was not only about the Australian collection, the way of presenting of this collection in the Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw, but it was also about the African part of the exhibition. I'm not sure if it was a gesture of a kind of censorship, let's say, because African exhibition that you can visit in the Ethnographic Museum at Kredytowa Street in Warsaw is also very problematic, and objects such as Benin bronzes, which provenance is not clear, today are on display. So of course, museum staff is aware of these sensitive issues that are connected with some human remains in our collection. Not many of them, fortunately, but still objects that need some attention from our part. And also, there is another problem that we started to work with. We started meeting with interested communities or implied communities, as Łukasz called it after Erika Lehrer. We met some friends, I would like to call them, from African diaspora to discuss the problems that are connected with African exhibition in our museum. So next year, starting from February, we will start a program of exhibitions, meeting, discussions, and also conferences that could be called or framed as decolonial. For us, it will be a moment of self-reflection about our collections, provenance of objects, but also, that is very important, the way of displaying them. What will be the effect of publishing and discussing all these issues? Perhaps some claims for restitution or repatriation will appear. But what is at the moment even more important for us, it's a change of the way of exhibiting and narrating these objects, because I believe that in many Polish museums, the restitution and repatriation will be a new problem, a new issue that we will have to find a solution for. But even if all the objects that should be restituted because they were stolen or acquired in not ethical circumstances, all human remains that should be repatriated, even if all these things and processes will happen, possibly, I hope, in near future, it doesn't mean that our museums will be decolonial or decolonize. What is the main problem in Polish museums, to my knowledge and my observation and interpretation, is the narrative that is very often harmful, injustice, and full of stereotypes. So I would also like to emphasize, after Corina, that today's meeting, in my opinion, is very exceptional. It's unique, and it's the first event, to my knowledge, the first such an event in Poland, when we can discuss some problems not very obvious and not really known to us, connected to the Eastern European colonization processes and entanglements. They are not obvious and not really well researched until today. And I don't think about history, because I think that historians wrote really a lot about Polish colonial pasts and implications and entanglements, but I think about museums and museum collections. So it's a new topic. And I think that having today these three perspectives, Australian perspective, German perspective, and also Polish one, to discuss in this room is something very new and groundbreaking. So thank you again to organizers of this event, because it's really very, I think, very important to have this discussion. And in my observation, these papers today were actually addressing two main issues. One was the issue of repatriation, the importance of repatriation, that was defined as a very important, long and difficult process that is inevitable in a way to reconciliation. So that was one point important in Hilary's, Naomi, and Sarah presentations. And the second problem was the problem of history and legacy in Australia, in Germany, and in Poland. What does it mean? The existence of this collection, its history, but also its post-war existence and condition, and very turbulent history of the collection that was shared between several Polish museums. So my question in this first issue of repatriation would be, because it's a long process, after these three presentations, I am more aware, I hope we all are more aware how complex and long-term process it is. So that would be my curiosity to hear more about all these things that are before the actual repatriation, before something really happens and human remains are coming back to their countries, to their homes. I would like to hear more about this research process, but also establishing the relation between, like this case of Gracie Museum was very interesting to me. So perhaps you would like to elaborate more on this process. And in terms of the history and legacy of these collections, especially Klaatsch collection, I would like to ask a question perhaps to Paul, Corina, and Łukasz, but you can respond to my questions as you wish. But I would like to hear more about the use of this history, what this history and legacy means for the future. How can we use it? Because if hopefully human remains are repatriated, we are still here in our museums with these problems that are not disappearing that easily. So how can we make a use of this lesson of history? That would be my second question. Corina would like to respond.
Okay. Thank you very much for your very interesting and inspiring points. I think it's very important to have a very careful and patient provenance research before repatriation, because according to the Klaatsch historical documents, I think we will be able to say a lot, find out a lot, where these human remains actually came from on a case-by-case assessment. That's very important. Every individual is unique, and it's not just a whole lot. You know, Klaatsch traveled a lot, and the human remains from all over the place. So it's very important to investigate each single skull or skeletal part and find the right historical documents for them. So to know, in order to know whom to give them back. And this brings me also to the fact of the cloth or Klaatsch or Ross collection, sorry, with the K's and the R's on the skulls. Well, I've seen all skulls and I made a photo documentary. All of them have numbers, plus most of them have a K and only a few have an R. And there's also one case who has a K and an R, and it was definitely dug out by Klaatsch in August 1906 in a Sydney suburb called Como. So what we have to find out is where these R comes from. And as far as I spoke to Paul, he says these R's are not Ross handwriting, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So we have to do this very carefully. If it happens that Klaatsch, in fact, did have some skulls in that wrath acquired in the first place, then be it so. But it doesn't change the fact that they have to be given back. So.
Thank you. Paperhaps
Could I
Paul
just,
would like to respond?
yeah, just very, very briefly. I mean,
we can hear.
Sorry, is that better?
Yes, it is.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah, I would heartily endorse what Corinna has just said. There's necessary work that needs to be done. And it may well be that it's a fairly exhaustive and long process. I mean, one of the things which is the most essential thing of all is ensuring that old people, ancestors, go back to their community. And in my experience, there's been at least 3 examples where assumptions have been made about the provenance of an old person, and it's proven to be wrong. And in one instance from Western Australia, from the Kimberley, ancestors who were acquired with the involvement of missionaries were very nearly sent back to the wrong community. And there was a case in Vienna here where it ended up with the delegation arriving only to be given further information which proved quite clearly that these ancestors had to were destined to go back to the wrong community, which is the worst possible thing that could happen. The second point that I'd make very, very quickly is that if we're going to talk about decolonization, then quite clearly what we're talking about is land, the restoration of ancient sovereignty in the Australian context, and without recognizing that we're not doing the right thing. The tendency has been for repatriation to be a government-to-government process. Now, that has its advantages in as much as it provides resources for elders and other significant persons to be involved in repatriation, to go to museums, to talk to people, to prepare old people for the journey home. But ultimately, there's nothing to stop museums from talking directly to communities. And in many respects, that's a much better approach. I mean, I think Birgit Scheps at the Grassi Museum is a shining example of how things really should be done. In as much as the museum has been reaching out to communities, engaging with communities, talking with them about how a process of repatriation should occur, and in the most culturally appropriate way. Neil Curtis at Aberdeen University, same thing, being proactive to talk to communities and to develop a relationship, which in the process, as the Grassi Museum again exemplifies, can start a new relationship, which ultimately leads to new ways in which collections, which communities may be happy, ethnographic collections, they may be happy to continue to be in the care of the museum, that this starts a new relationship where people can talk about, share their culture on their own terms. And this is something that's very important. When government-to-government things tend to happen, there is a nasty tendency for the assumption to be that once the repatriation has taken place, that's the end of it. You know, that things are resolved. Well, it's not. We can talk about numerous examples of where there are still complexities for people to work through, both on the side of museums and communities. But ultimately, if this is to be done the right way, it seems to me that it's best done by a conversation between the museums themselves and the communities whose culture, whose old people they may well have. You do not necessarily have to wait for government. And there are complications when this becomes a government process. Yes, it may provide resources, but at the same time, it can be culturally very problematic and can risk the failure to open new opportunities for dialogue, which will be for the benefit of museums and people in Europe generally.
Like to respond?
I would like to ask a question myself. Does anyone in this room or anyone in Australia know if there is an official request by the Australian government to the Polish government about this collection? So nobody knows.
If I
I
can
can
jump,
say, am I muted or not?
you're good, Sarah.
Yeah, well, as far as I know, there is some dialogue. That's all I know. I have asked about it because I wanted to know, and was told that it's definitely a government-to-government situation. But this is the first time I've actually been able to have any kind of inkling of who might talk to. But I would just want to say a couple of things. One, I absolutely agree with Corinna that we have to do you have to put the effort into the research to match up the documentation with the collections that you have, particularly to know the history of where the collections went. That was one thing that Naomi mentioned in her talk, that they were very grateful for being able to be shown where the ancestors had been taken and stored, and the different conditions and situations that occurred. So the actual journey of the ancestors was really important to the people. So that whole research around where they've been stored and where they went and why they went there is really important part of the story. I then agree with Paul in the discussion about the relationship between the institution, as the museum, and the people that the groups that the ancestors belong to. I think it's really important. Definitely has to be a government response because our funding comes from the government. But government delegations are minimal. For our situation, they only allowed funding for one person, and that was not considered culturally appropriate. In all the situations that we've been involved in, we've always sent at least one other person, but that's a very minimal kind of approach. People wanted to send more, but they, sometimes you don't find out about these things till very late. If I hadn't spoken to Birgit Sheps, there's no way I would have known about the remains coming back from Grassy until I think they arrived in Australia. We were very late to know about the situation, and yet that's such an important story for the Yari people, because it totally confirmed the involvement of women in the blackbirding era, or the free diving era, the naked diving era that they talk about. I mean, legally 1871 was when it was supposed to have stopped. Well, these remains turned up in 1895, 20 years later. So that information is really important, and so and that came through Birgit's work. So anyway, I just want to say that idea of you have to have both. You have to have the government involved, but the relationship with the institutions in the community is really, really crucial to the final outcome of the whole process. It is a process that evolves over time.
If I can jump in for a moment, there is a discussion that has started some time ago, from what I understand, then was dropped and restarted and dropped and restarted. It seems to be, as Paul mentioned, in other context, culturally problematic. on both sides with various stumbling blocks and various concerns from both sides, which I try to approach just to leave it within their kind of capacity to sort out situation. And it was so inspiring to hear from the panelists that I think Paul mentioned that museums should talk directly to communities and be proactive. Maybe that will be more promising. But if I just might to add kind of a broader comment from my position and work at the Centre for European Studies in Australia, I can say, and this is beyond our discussion in a broader context, I can say that there is insufficient interest of governments to build a really effective relationship, and particularly on complex and sensitive issues. And I think as researchers, we should work on building this interest, providing reasons to engage and educate. I'm sorry for this kind of appeal, but I do see it on various kind of topics and in different contexts. And I think here we just have another one, extremely important, urgent and sensitive. And the result of that is that we still are where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Łukasz, would you like to respond?
The repatriation process is crucial, I believe, involving communities, involving maybe politicians, but it's also like I agree with Magda. It will be a starting point for decolonizing of Polish museums, not only in this case, not only in case of Klaatsch collections, because such collections which are entangled with colonial pasts and difficult heritage are various, and there are many of them in Poland. The thing of responding to your comment on identifying markers, I also don't believe that R on the skulls and in the inventory is an initial of Walter Roth, because some questions could arise, like why did Roth decided to share his collection with Hermann Klaatsch, and how it happened possibly that Roth allowed Klaatsch to move this collection outside Australia. So I didn't use this contradiction in sources to say that the story written in personal documents you have in your collection, in your archive from Klaatsch family are not true. It's rather to find the contradictions between sources, to interpret them, to lie them each other. But the case that this let's say funny case of misnaming the place where the skulls were hidden during the war, which occurred to be Siedlęcin, not Bobrowice, is an example how limited was our knowledge, the professional knowledge and public knowledge about the history of this collection before the war, during the war, and after the war. So coming back again to you and your question about the history of collections, history of museums, and history of science as human practice, like Professor Turnbull already said, it is needed for general public. I advocate for it, but also it is strictly important for provenance research, also to reconstruct the whole story, because between the death of Hermann Klaatsch in 1916 and the end of the Second World War in 1945, there was almost 30 years of having this collection in German collections in Breslau, but without Klaatsch as a protector, because Klaatsch was dead. And also a period between 1955, when Halina Milicerowa wrote her book on Crania australica, and your, Professor Eckenbrecht, research in the years of 2000 and in the last decades. There is also a lot of time in which many things could have happened. We know from other sources and from other cases that objects or even human remains which were perceived as former German property were neglected. Some of permanent markers in museums were even erased and or changed. So the R in this inventory list and on the inscribed on skulls is still something to be unpacked and to make research on. And coming to the last point of the public history of these collections, I believe that after the repatriation process happens, the museums, the Museum of Man, if this museum will happen to open its exhibition again, and the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw should tell this story without human remains on the exhibition and without objects on the exhibition, maybe, because maybe cultural objects will be also the part of the process of restitution. But they should tell the history, and it's even yesterday at the public debate, which was the accompanying event to this conference, we were talking how to deal with the difficult past. And I believe that there is always a question if we should remove something or transform something. It was Lynn Meskel, an anthropologist and archaeologist, who defined negative heritage as something that could be erased, even by distracting it or hidden it to the museum storage, or to make it be forgotten in the general public and in the society, or to use it to positive didactic purposes. And I believe that the history of collections entangled with colonial past could be said publicly in museums and outside museums, mostly in order to say that Poland was not an innocent eternal victims. We were victims many times for many perpetrators, but we also are implicated by this second-hand colonialism. And I believe it will be better for, it's like in your project, remembering for social justice, for all parties involved, for all stakeholders, it will be better to tell the truth publicly.
Okay, I see that on the chat there is exchange of messages. Paul shared some information about Roth collection, and Hilary also wrote something, so perhaps you would like to make a comment.
I don't think I had anything very intelligent to share via the chat. I can't access the public chat, so I don't know if anybody's posting questions or comments into that. I did have another question, sort of a question for you all, particularly in Poland, and thank you for your presentations. I found them really fascinating, really helpful to understand aspects of Klaatsch's activities better that I didn't understand, and the post-Klaatsch history of the collection. But I don't really have a very good understanding of Polish history. And I wonder whether people in Poland feel that they have a colonial past, that they were colonized in the past by the German Empire, by the Russian Empire. Whether there's some commonalities or some similarities in that sense.
Okay, so briefly, I'm not a historian, but to my knowledge, historians were in recent years working on this like double position of Poland in this complex colonial global matrix. So on the one hand, Poland was perceived as colonized by neighboring empires. So also German historians like Jürgen Zimmerer, he wrote a lot about the Second World War period, German occupation, and he was comparing it to history of colonies in German colonies in Africa. And of course, the period of partitions of Poland between Are you with us? Okay, I can see Hilary. So this is something called European internal colonization. For some empires, it was like a compensation for not having overseas colonies. That's the one thing. And also, I think that the discussion was somehow intensified after the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We were all thinking more about our Polish-Ukrainian history that is somehow also described with these colonial categories, the politics of Poland in early modern era towards Ukraine, but also Belarus, the Western Belarus, for example, and that is described in these terms. So that's one aspect is being colonized, the other colonizing neighboring countries and nations. And also there is like this colonial desire in the 19th century. This is something I was working on in the context of the history of State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. The beginning of this museum, it starts actually with something that was called First Polish African Expedition. So they went from the, let's say, colonized country to Africa to establish Polish colony in Cameroon. And some objects were brought to Warsaw and to Krakow, and two ethnographic museums were actually established after bringing these ethnographic collections from Africa to Polish cities. And yeah, so that was a kind of desire that was continued in between war period, and also, to my knowledge and my research, after the Second World War in 50s, Polish travelers, ethnographers, people who were going to African socialist countries were somehow repeating the patterns of behavior of 19th century explorers. So that's very interesting that there was also a kind of colonial imaginary in a country that could not have overseas colonies because due to political circumstances, basically. And if you ask me about the common knowledge in Polish society, I don't think it's very popular. I don't think that many people perceive Poland in these Polish history in these colonial categories. Perhaps we would rather describe ourselves as colonized by Germany and Russia. Not sure if in Polish society people would admit that we were colonizing actively or at least trying to colonize. That's my opinion.
Well, that's very
Yeah,
interesting.
if I can add something, because I totally agree, and also the way you present it is something important. That it's, on the one hand, there are some analogies between the Poland situaedness compared with former colonies, but also is this and global entanglements between Poland, Polish territories, Polish society, and the global matrix of power. But to make it more complicated, maybe a little bit, after the war, after the Second World War, those travelers going to Africa officially came with the state propaganda, communist propaganda, that we were anti-capitalistic, anti-imperial, anti-colonial ones, but nevertheless, still these enterprises, these activities somehow repeated the former colonial patterns of thinking about ourselves, about others, about what should be done and what shouldn't. What's more, even yesterday during the public debate on sensitive heritage on Wrocław exhibitions, we came to the point that maybe the way we gained former German territories after the Second World War upon the decision of policymakers in Yalta and Potsdam was also a kind of colonization, this time Polish colonization on former German lands. So it's also one of the dimensions of this complex issue.
This is something I would like to call Polish colonial complex. And I think for me, I mean, from my position, it's easier to make a research on museums because, well, you don't need to have this history of overseas colonies to have a purely colonial museum institution in central cities of Poland, because these patterns were repeated and it was a kind of inferiority complex, and that's why some patterns from the Western museums and Western ethnography, in case of Poland mostly German ethnography and British ethnography, that were two main sources, they were just repeated. So that's interesting in case of museums.
If I can add a little historical fact from around 1918, the end of the Great War, the Europe is exhausted by the Great War, but for Poland is the opportunity for gaining independence after the partitions time in 19th century. And in this specific moment, historical moment, Poland was exactly on this, let's say, crossings or two ways, clash of two ways of thinking about ourselves, because after the First World War, Germany had to leave their colonies outside Europe, and also gave back some territories to Polish state. And Polish state ambitions were also to take part in these partitions of former German colonies outside Europe. So not to be treated only as one of the former colonies of Germany, but also as one of the new modern colonizers. And if we have ambitions or had ambitions to, in interwar period or just after the First World War, to be a regional power in Europe, there was a thinking that we need our own colonies.
Okay, we have last 10 minutes of the discussion, so perhaps we should pass by the microphone to our public. Are there any questions you would like to? Oh yeah, there is a question.
My name is Jędrzej Siut. I am from the Forensic Medicine Museum in Wrocław. Maybe I don't have got the question, but a short comment. One thing we told already yesterday during the debate, that the problem of decolonization of the museums in Poland is of course very important, but the decolonization should be made in a clever way. Destroying of the collections and sending back the specimens to the country of their origin is not the thing we should start from. We should start from speaking with the local communities. That's what our guests from Australia also confirmed in their lectures. But very often it will be much better, even for the local ethnic community, if this collection can be used in a new way, if we can rearrange completely the exhibition to show the problem of the colonialism, to show the suffering of the people which were the victims of the colonialism, to show now their culture, and to show this collection in a completely new way. Of course, every collection should be treated in a separate way. There are no two the same collections. So of course, if for the local community it would be for some reasons really important to get back the remains, of course we should give it back. But first we should speak, because much better for the museum, for the collection, and for the local community can be making completely new kind of the exhibition in the new way. So not only showing that as a typical anthropologic collection, for example, the skulls, yes, but also showing it as a sign of times, of the colonialism, of the suffering of the people in Australia. And maybe this is the way in which we should start to think about the recolonization. That's my comment. Thank you.
I think one thing more, Joanna Slagam from Jagiellonian University Museum. I observed this discussion for a long time, and I really, all the time, I'm focused on Australian cases and American. And of course, we are not, as museums, not so open for decolonization or for this kind of discussions. And maybe in Poland, we are not so aware of the problematic. But discussions are really often now at the moment. The problem that our colleague said is also important in another case, from another perspective. We need to have some state regulations or state support, because as universities and as museums, mostly public institutions, we are not able to sometimes react alone, not in the sense of the object itself sometimes, but all other procedures that we should organize and pay, for example. And even if it's so sensitive object is wrong word, and I didn't find really good case how we can speak about human remains. It's not about objects, but in the sense of Polish law and Polish procedures in different institutions, we need to treat human remains or different things connected with human as objects, because in this way we can protect them really good. But at the same moment, if we protect, then we have some procedures, and without state awareness, without state steps and support, it will be never good enough to speak with any community or any problematic issues. So we need to have really big awareness on state level, and then after together realize. So that is why I think the countries and institutions that are after this kind of proceeding, it's important to catch some things and to inform maybe our ministries, because it's not for one ministry, it's more than one sector, but it's definitely really important issue to discuss with people that are responsible for the way how we think about this kind of collections. Because in individual process, I have this kind of experiences, not without remains, but another object which was not in the perfect and good way in ownership of one of public institutions. We are alone inside. And it's not recognizable for everyone else. So that is why it's still wrong situation, because it's not, so we cannot exchange this importance of this process, yeah, because it's important to be aware, it's important to be in contact, in dialogue. But if you are alone, then you are alone, yeah. So that is a big problem, I think. Definitely not only in our country, but in these situations. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree.
Well, thank you very much for both your comments, and I do agree. And we had the same problem in Germany. The example are the Benin bronzes, and it needed the state cultural minister who said, okay, we do this now. We return the Benin bronzes, and then we could in fact do it in practical terms. I mean, the items belong legally to the museum. Our museum in Mannheim belongs to the municipality or the city of Mannheim. So the council of the city of Mannheim had to talk about this in one of their court talks and make a decision. And then we as a museum were able to do the returns. Not done yet, but I agree with you that we need the legal and political framework, in fact, to support, to support all this. So it can happen, and it happened in the case of the Benin bronzes in Germany, and I'm sure it will happen in the other cases and other issues, and it will also happen probably in Poland, but it did happen in Germany. So. Well, that's a very important point for the practical work of museums and university collections.
I would also like to thank for these comments. As for the rearranging the exhibitions, I believe that we can say about colonialism and all this difficult past, but without showing any human remains. It's also an option. If we agree that we know for sure whose remains are and where should they belong to. And regarding the regulations, of course, it's a huge problem, not only on regard on the accession of museum objects in Poland, but also regarding the status of human remains in museums. The report I cited, the report by Emilia Jastrzębska about human remains in Polish museum sector, is the very first document to map the scope of the problem, but it is also showing very clearly how under-regulated this issue is in Polish museum sector. So the next steps are really needed.
Sorry, could I?
Anyone else would like to ask the question? We have still like 2 minutes.
I think Sarah wanted to make a comment, if we can.
Jan Kotusz, Museum of Natural History. I listen here, and probably I'm the only biologist here on this hall. And just to make think maybe more level on this, I would like to put the perspective of biologists, because we are just scientists that take the some materials just as our material for making science. I know it is somehow colonial thinking, but it somehow somehow explain our ignorance. Okay, it is, I know it is our ignorance of my environment, and this is why, for example, we miss such facts like missing localities, yeah, Bobrowice Tower, no Bobrowice. So it is really our ignorance, because we are focused on something else. We don't care. Okay, I generalize maybe too much, but biologists do not care the provenance. Okay, this is something that we need to make science, and this is the point. Yeah, so this is also perspective, and this is just opportunistic, but also pragmatic point of view. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Paul and Sarah.
Just very quickly, no Indigenous community that I know of and have worked with over the past 40 plus years, God, it is nearly 40 years now, is against science. What they want is science which they play an active and controlling role in. It is the case now that there are numerous communities in Australia who are quite open to research using new genomic techniques, the analysis of DNA, but on their terms, after remains of individuals, of old people have gone home, then it's the community is willing to discuss in a number of instances research with scientists. But ultimately, the nature of that science, the questions to be asked, are those where Indigenous people are in control, not only of the scientific investigation of remains, but also the outcomes. That is, the data that may be used, may be produced in the process of that science. But I want to make that very, very clear. First Nation peoples in Australia are not anti-science. This is something which we really have to keep first and foremost in our minds. What they want is good science. They want ethical science, science which is basically answering the questions that they want answered, which is something that scientists have not done for over 2 centuries. By and large, the questions that they have asked, the research that they have done has been for their own academic interests and not for Indigenous people, even though they may claim at the end of the day that they are doing this in the long run to improve Indigenous understanding of health, etc., etc. That has not happened in the past. And this is why now it is important and vital in Australia and recognised that this research must be done under clear ethical guidelines which prioritise and recognise Aboriginal ownership and control of not only their past, but ultimately their bodies, their what are collections within museums. Those are the ethical frameworks that we now work with in Australia, and they should be adopted elsewhere.
Thank you. And Sarah, would you like to make a comment? We can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Sorry, let's go back to Grassy Museum and what Birgit Sheps did there. The first thing she did, as far as I understand it, well, this is how we were told, was that she reclassified the remains as humans. And by doing that, it changed the status of those, the remains in the museum. It turned them from objects into human beings. And under German law, or under the laws of Saxony, as far as I understood, they then had an obligation to return the objects, the remains, the people, to their country of origin. So she actually used the laws of the German state to facilitate the process of the repatriation. Now, I don't know what the laws are in Poland, and they may not be the same. But I think in answer to the guy who was talking about science, the importance of science, they're not objects, they're people, and they did belong to families. The colonial history of Australia is very shallow. It's only the colonial history of the Kimberley is not much over 100 years or so, 150 years. There are families who know who these, or who are connected, a couple of generations out to these people. And we know from the evidence that they were dug up, stolen, taken in illegal fashion. So it is a legal obligation of the state. And the museum, I guess, has to respond to their state laws, and the collections I know belong to the state or to the museum, but as a part of the state like Mannheim, but they're of a different class. And that needs to be, I think if you use that as a way of facilitating a process, then it becomes, it's in a different realm. And it is part of the decolonisation of museums. So I really strongly recommend that if you get a chance to go to the Grassi Museum, it's the only museum I know that has promoted the story of the taking of human remains as being key to the process of decolonising their museum, and they've matched it with the way they've done it. They've turned the museum into a site of reconciliation, and it's ongoing. It's not to do with the past; it's to do with the present. Anyway, that's all I'd like to say. Thank you. I will say thank you for everything. It's been really good to be part of this discussion.
Thank you for your comment. And Hilary would like to add something.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I think it's important to hear people's voices. I completely agree with what's just been said, but I would also like to say in response to the question or the comment about reorganising exhibitions or collections, I think what Sarah has said is a very good example of how a museum can create a space within the museum for a different sort of story. I was talking with colleagues earlier today about other museums that have created exhibitions about the repatriation process. So the Weltmuseum in Vienna, for example, I don't know if it's still there, but certainly the last time I visited, they had an exhibition about returning ancestors to New Zealand, to Maori and Moriori people. But I think, yes, I agree that these are questions that need to be clarified with the communities of origin, but I think it's very unlikely that you will find communities willing to say, yes, you can keep our ancestors if you need them for an exhibition to talk about colonial horrors. Because I have to say, I'm hearing people's concerns and worries, but I haven't heard anything in this discussion that I haven't previously heard from another museum or another institution holding ancestral remains. And I know one of the big German museums raised basically that question, we can't return these because we need to illustrate our problematic past. In that case, it was the remains of Nazi victims. And I just don't think there's any way in the world that any museum now would still think that an appropriate response. We'll put the remains of Nazi victims on display. We'll show you the lamps made of human skin. So, I think maybe sometimes these comparisons are helpful to give bit of perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important comment. Are there more questions from our audience? Łukasz, Corina, would you like to add something?
Probably people want their lunch.
Do we have any questions in the chat from
I don't
online
have a
audience?
specific comment, but or question, but I think it's been just great to talk together and exchange views with you in Poland, with the colleagues in Australia, and it's really great and a great inspiration for my work. And I would like to also add that in Mannheim we are open for cooperation, sharing the documents where they are needed. So I would like to say that officially from our museum.
Thank you very much for all the speakers and all the voices from the audience. My final remark would be that I hope it is not the end of the debate, but rather the beginning. And also that we have a limited time. I think it's high time to make the repatriation of ancestors from the Klaatsch collections, which are still in Wrocław. And in 2027, there will be 120 anniversary of Hermann Klaatsch being appointed to the cathedral at the University of Breslau. So we have still around 2 years to make it happen. Maybe within these 2 years, to plan the agenda for the next year, following 2 years. And international, interdisciplinary, trans-institutional cooperation also with policymakers could make it happen to make a repatriation of human remains from Wrocław Klaatsch collections.
Conference.
Maybe we should think about it. Cooperation between Wrocław and Warsaw, I think, could help for that. But we should also think not only in terms of anniversaries, but long processes. I think that Corina was right. If we want to start something, we shouldn't only wait for the change of law and authorities. We should start research. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and sometimes funding, resources that we need to find for that. So it's the beginning of the process, of course, establishing relationships with communities of implication. And as Sarah said, perhaps we should also read our laws, because to my knowledge, in the burial law in Poland, nobody, no institution and no man can possess any human remains. So there is also like a kind of contradiction between our laws. The museum law says that everything that is in our inventory is possession of in the possession of the museum. But on the other hand, the burial law says that nobody can possess human, nobody, no institution and no individual can possess human remains. So there is something that we can work on before things will change from the perspective of our authorities. Thank you for this interesting exchange. Thank you for your attention. And now we have a lunch break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
it is my great pleasure to open this panel of our conference. My name is David Junke, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Wrocław. And we'll start the panel with the presentation by Dr. Urszula Bończuk-Dawidziuk from the Museum of the University of Wrocław. Dr. Bończuk-Dawidziuk is an art historian, museologist who studied in Wrocław, Frankfurt an der Oder, and Warsaw. She's a holder of scholarships of the Deutsche Akademische Austauschdienst, the Herder Institute for Historical Research on East Central Europe in Marburg, and the Federal Institute for Culture and History of the Germans in Eastern Europe in Oldenburg. She's an author and co-author of books and numerous scientific articles, a member of the Polish Association of Art Historians, the Association of University Museums in Poland, the Association of Polish Museologists, and the Silesian Historical Commission in Germany. Professionally, she is interested in the history of art and culture around 1800s and the history of museology in Wrocław. And the title of the presentation is The Post-German Material Legacy of the University of Wrocław as a Dissonant Heritage. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Collecting at universities has been practiced since their beginnings. Universities had to have research and teaching facilities, so they collected objects that were useful during lectures and classes with students. In this way, rich collections of plaster casts were created and used during classes in classical philology and art history. The natural sciences amazed systematic collections of anthropological, botanical, zoological, geological, and mineralogical specimens. Medical faculties created collections of dermatology moulages as well as wet and dry models and specimens for anatomy classes. Finally, agricultural science was taught on the basis models of agricultural machinery. Today's universities have historical, scientific, and didactic collections that reflect the history of the university, its structural and material transformations. This is also the case with the University of Wrocław, which takes care of its historical collections. The exception of the Wrocław University, which takes care of its, however, is that in 1945 it changed its nationality from German to Polish. Its collections have largely been dispersed, partly also destroyed, and in today's presentation I will focus on those pre-1945 collections that, depending on interpretation, it's important, may be considered sensitive. The concept of difficult heritage has been appearing in humanistic discourse for years and continues to stir up emotions. This is due to the very definition of the concept, which supposes the existence of objects entangled in a complex historical, political, economic, cultural, or religious relationship, and for this reason, the subject of polemical discussions. For some interpreters, the difficult heritage will be the objects taken over by Poles along with all the material belongings of the German University of Wrocław in 1945, when Wrocław changed its nationality. For others, the term will be associated with the unclear circumstances under which certain objects were acquired for the collection or contemporary ethical doubts about conducting research on sensitive material. Regardless of the interpretation, the result of the discrepancy in discourse is challenges in relation to the preservation, study, and management of difficult heritage. Do we have a right to study them or an obligation? If so, with what methods? How do we care for monuments with sensitive status? The shifting of Poland's borders to the west after the Second World War and the settlement of the Polish population in Wrocław brought the new inhabitants into contact with objects that were called post-German. In recent years, the term has made comeback in literature, and what is called post-German is no longer just the subject of reportage and popular literature, but also scientific reflection. This is due to the long-lasting effects of the caesura of 1945 and the mass resettlement of the Polish and German populations in this part of Europe. For several decades after the Second World War, Poles' contact with objects left behind by their former owners in Wrocław evoked mostly negative emotions. Post-German objects directly associated with the occupation were often destroyed, and only those that were considered useful or had material value survived. The property of the University and Polytechnic in Wrocław, established by the Poles after the war, was also based on the movable and immovable property of the former German universities. The task of securing objects useful for scientific and didactic work is the future property of the university was undertaken by the scientific and cultural group consisting of 26 people who arrived in Wrocław in May 1945. It was headed by the future rector of Wrocław University and Polytechnic, Professor Stanisław Kulczyński, who had been rector of the university in Lviv in 1930s. He is sitting in the middle on this picture, of course. The first step in dealing with the post-German legacy was to secure and inventory the property. The complexity of the process initiated in 1945 is demonstrated by the fact that to this day, not all components of the confiscated property have been sufficiently researched and compiled. In particular, the most sensitive objects remained in storage for decades. These included archaeological, ethnographic, and anthropological collections. Interestingly, all three groups of collections originated from two German museums at the University of Wrocław, the Archaeological Museum and the Anthropological Ethnological Museum, which had no successors in Polish Wrocław. The collections of these museums that survived the war were vulnerable to dispersion. Some were incorporated into the collections of the faculties and institutes of the University of Wrocław, but the most valuable objects were transported to Warsaw. This dispersal was the result of the political situation related to border on the Oder, which was not recognized by the Germans, and the desire of the Polish central authorities to remove as many collections as possible from Wrocław. The aim was to supplement the depleted collections of cultural institutions in Poland during the war. As a result of these decisions, a valuable collection of Greek antiquities amassed by the German architect Eduard Schaubert in the second quarter of the 19th century was transported to Warsaw. His extensive collection, more than 300 antiquities, found its way to the Royal Museum of Art and Antiquities at the University of Wrocław in 1861 and was the pride of this unit. Dispersal began even during World War II, when the Germans evacuated selected antiquities from the collection to depots outside the city, while leaving others in the museum building, which burned down at Easter 1945. For 65 years after the war, the antiquities collected by Schaubert were considered lost, and it was only provenance research in recent years that first indicated individual relicts surviving in the collection of the University of Wrocław, and then dozens of relicts from this collection in the collection of the National Museum in Warsaw. The Schaubert's collection is an example of a difficult legacy, not only for contemporary Wrocław, but also for the guardians of a fragment of this collection in Warsaw. Its problematic nature is demonstrated, for example, by the fact that for decades after the war, the most important object from this collection, while on a permanent display in the National Museum in Warsaw, were prepared and published with a view of stylistic and formal research, but provenance studies were ignored. This lack of research was moreover due to the policies of the communist authorities, whose propaganda perpetuated Polish hostility towards the German and praised the erasure of German history in Wrocław. Change in this respect was slow. It was not until the new permanent exhibition of the ancient art collection of the National Museum in Warsaw, which opened a few years ago, that objects from the Schaubert collection were provided with an appropriate commentary on their provenience. The openness to provenance research of the university collections of pre-war Wrocław today also appeals to another institution in the capital, the State or National Ethnographic Museum. In the 1950s, this institution received a large non-European collection from the Department of Ethnology at Wrocław University, which included artistic crafts and objects of everyday use of the inhabitants of Africa, Australia and Oceania, Asia and South America. At the time, almost 3,000 objects, mainly from ethnographic scientific expeditions to German colonies, were transported to Warsaw, as well as inventories of this collection. Only just over 150 artifacts were left in the collection of Department of Ethnology at Wrocław University, unfortunately without documentation. In recent years, thanks to the cooperation established, it has been possible to carry out important findings concerning this collection, if only to estimate its size, content, and correlation with the modest fragment of this collection remaining in Wrocław. Provenance findings undoubtedly contribute to the knowledge of a difficult heritage, the study of which is being addressed by contemporary humanities with the many cognitive methods. Among these, the turn to things is particularly interesting in the context of museum research. Only one of the representatives of this trend is the Norwegian researcher Bjørnar Olsen, who deals with the relationship between humans and things. His reflections on human life, which is completely entangled with objects, appeal to phenomenology. Olsen shows that things have unique properties that affect our existential security and our memory of the past. This is because, in the phenomenological view, man is an entangled subject who actively participates in experiencing the world, and thus his being is an entangled existent. It seems that this methodological proposal can be applied to Poles in contact with their post-German heritage since 1945 at the University of Wrocław. The phenomenological attempt to understand their relation to the word and their entanglement with post-German things leads to reflection on the word as it appears to those who participate in it. Following this lead, this method was applied to the exhibition Things Speak, University Stories Told with Objects at the University of Wrocław Museum, which opened on 2nd July 2024. The exhibition showcases objects from the collections of the University of Wrocław that are kept on a daily basis in the various research, teaching, and administrative units. They include post-German items, both antiquities, scientific instruments, teaching aids, and objects of everyday use, such as a computer. The key of the selection was the history associated with the item, to which a relatively large amount of space was devoted in the exhibition. The aim of presenting the objects is this way to give things a voice in line with non-anthropocentric method of studying objects that emphasizes relatively symmetry in the object-human relationship. The stories told in the exhibition were focused on the thing, while at the same time aiming to show the strong relationship between object and human in line with Olsen's cited phenomenological approach to human perception. This approach assumes man's dependence on the world and his entering into a relationship with the world, which directly translates into man's entanglement with things. From the perspective of almost 80 years after the Second World War, what is interesting in the process of adaptation is the variability of the properties for which the post-German thing was and is an object of human interest. I mean, formerly material value and now more often sentimental value. Olsen rightly pointed out that despite the adapted difference between things, he would consider their resilience and being in place to be the most important cultural and socially constructive properties of objects. Taken over by the Poles in 1945, the post-German property of the university, at first alien, over the years participated in the process of shaping the identity of the new inhabitants of the city. Some objects became not only carriers of their own biography, but also of specific meanings. One more. Perhaps the way to complete the adaptation of difficult heritage is to look at post-German things in a non-anthropocentric way, to establish their provenance, to describe their biography, and to consciously include objects in the formation of human identity. The seated exhibitions at the National Museum in Warsaw and the Museum of the University of Wrocław show that making difficult heritage public with appropriate commentary provokes discussion, encourages reflection on the change in attitudes to these collections over the years, and helps to develop procedures for dealing with artifacts that constitute cultural heritage collected by another nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. And now I would like to welcome Magister Agata Stasińska from the National Museum in Wrocław. Agata Stasińska is working in the Gallery of Art of the 12th and 15th century, from the 12th to the 15th century at the National Museum in Wrocław. She is a PhD candidate at the doctoral program of the Cultural Studies at the Faculty of Historical and Pedagogical Sciences at the University of Wrocław, and her research interests include late Gothic sculpture in Silesia, medieval piety and devotion, the problem of relation between the believers and art objects in Middle Ages, and provenance research. She is currently preparing a doctoral dissertation about the late Gothic wooden crucifixes in Silesia, and her other research areas are German ethnology and decolonization. She is currently working on a project devoted to non-European art in Breslau. Ms. Stasińska, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So at first, some of you maybe... It's okay. Oh, okay. Some of you maybe know me as a medievalist, because, well, that's true. Most of the time I'm working with medieval art, but as it was said, another field of my research, second field of my research, is non-European art and also German ethnology. Although this paper will mainly deal with the exhibition we are currently working on with my colleague, Dr. Urszula Bończuk-Dawidziuk, and to which I hope we will able to invite you in May 2025, I would like to begin with the history of the Anthropological and Ethnographic Museum in Wrocław, or I should say Breslau, an institution that today seems a little bit forgotten. This will highlight some of the problems and issues we have to deal with in our work. So, good. The history of the museum began when Georg Tilenius took up the position of Associate Professor of Anthropology at the University of Breslau in 1900. And this happened thanks to anatomy professor Karl Hasse. It is also at this point that the creation of anthropological and ethnographic collection began. Initially, both of them were kept together with the anatomical collection at the medical faculty of the University of Breslau. At this stage, the collection consisted of objects that Tilenius had donated himself from his private collection, as well as those purchased and donated, such as the donation of more than 280 objects from the South Seas and so-called Sammlung Mende. It was Tilenius who was the first to organize this collection, which were then stored in 2 rooms of the St. Joseph's Convent in Breslau. Funding problems, however, caused Tilenius to resign his tenure in 1904 and accept a job offer as a director of the Ethnographic Museum in Hamburg, creating there one of the most important institutions of this kind in Europe, as I think. Now it's the Mark Museum, of course. And the management of the museum in Breslau was briefly taken over by Professor Karl Hasse, and later from 1907 by Professor Hermann Klaatsch, who had just returned from a trip to Australia, of course, and from where he brought back ethnographic objects, but also photographic documentation and human remains, of course. In 1909, the Institute of Anthropology was created. Despite this, however, initially all research, work and classes with students took place at the Anatomical Institute. You can see here the building of the Anatomical Institute, and there also the private collection of Klaatsch was kept. It is interesting to note that as early as 1911, Klaatsch postulated that separate treatment of anthropological and ethnographic institution was desired. Eventually, the Institute of Anthropology was given a seat in a villa at Tiergartenstraße 74, now is on Maria Skłodowska-Curie Street, and it is a rectorate of the Medical University. Here you can see the archival photo. The institute opened at this location on 4th July 1914. There's the first exhibition of ethnographic and anthropological collection was set up and opened to the public. So then it was a museum of two specialities, but by then it had already changed the function, no longer being only for researchers, but also was open for the public. In 1960, Klaatsch died. His private collection was passed to the museum. After his death, the government considered closing the institute, but fortunately a replacement was found. After Klaatsch, in 1980, Professor Theodor Mollison became the director of the Anthropological Institute and thus the custos of the collection for several years. In 1926, Mollison got a position in Munich, and just 2 years later, Professor Egon von Eichstätt became the new director. A very important date for our research is the year 1932. This is when the separation of ethnography took place. It was a physical separation only, not a scientific one, since the management was still located in a villa of Tiergartenstraße, at Tiergartenstraße 74. So ethnography, however, obtained a separate institute in Breslau, which had its own budget, staff, and also a public museum with ethnographic collection. It was located in the seminary building at Martinstraße 7. It's St. Martin Street today. And it's a very, very important moment since we're already dealing only with the ethnographic museum, so the separation took place. Instead, Eichstätt wanted to set up a museum of racial science and racial hygiene at the villa on Tiergartenstraße, but he never succeeded. In 1941, the building was confiscated. I'm, of course, talking about the Villa Tiergartenstraße. So it was confiscated and turned into a lazaret. And then the anthropological collection were moved to Martinstraße. So here you can see the terrace houses at Martinstraße, today St. Martin Street. We are not quite sure yet, but we think that the first building on the right, the one that was the building of Deutsche Institute, that was the place of the ethnological museum. Then in 1941, the anthropological collection were moved to Martinstraße, to the rooms already occupied by the ethnological collection. And at that time, both exhibitions were made available to the public. In 1944, the objects were packed in crates and transported to the Botanical Institute building, so Botanische Anstalten, where they most likely never secured outside the city, waited out the war. It was a good decision because in 1945, the building of Martinistraße was destroyed. The museum was not reactivated after the war, and most of the surviving collection was transferred in the 1950s to the today's National or State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. In Wrocław, only a little over 150 objects from the former collection remain in the collection of the University of Wrocław Museum. They now belong to the Department of Ethnology and Cultural Anthropology of our university and are on deposit at the museum. Let's now talk about the current situation. For several years now, together with Dr. Urszula Bończuk-Dawidziuk from the University of Wrocław Museum, we have been conducting research on the said institution and its collection. We are both art historians, and this work, which has both historical and archival dimension, is aimed at restoring the place of this institution in the history of Wrocław museology and, above all, at restoring the memory of the non-European art and craft objects one brought to Breslau. We also want to start a discussion about them. We want our work to be summarized by an exhibition at the University of Wrocław Museum and by an accompanying catalog. Preparing it is quite a challenge for us. After all, we are talking not only about researching a collection for object with a colonial past, but about researching a collection of object with a colonial past from a non-existent museum in a city that has only been Polish for almost 80 years. Objects that are not even be here anymore. Many complicated histories are connected here, but we are happy to observe the increasing openness to take up related topics. At this point, we would also like to express our gratitude for all the help and support we have received from the National Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw since the beginning of our work. This part of my speech is illustrated, not without reason, with photographs of the display case in which some of the aforementioned objects are currently on display at the University of Wrocław Museum. The photographs show the display case before and after intervention aimed at decolonization in the broader sense. I think yesterday you can heard something about this project of the museum intervention, as I could say. It announced the changes and at the same time includes everything that we would like to point out in our exhibition. So now what we want to say about the exhibition we are planning. So the first point really important for us is to change of narrative. In our exhibition, in the exhibition we want to invite you in next year, we want to give voice to the objects. They are to be the main figures rather than just completing the biographies of successive professors and collectors, to whom priority is often given. How? By, among other things, using appropriate plaques with full information, emphasizing the subjectivity of the artist, of craftsman who made them. So here you can see, for example, the plaques from objects exhibited in the Mark Museum in Hamburg, where you can see information about the artist, the moment of the acquisition of this object, so the very important facts we can say about the non-European objects of non-European arts and crafts. The second thing is the broadening of perspective. I think today it can be openly stated that there is no such thing as an objective colonial era collection. It is always subjective, filtered through the taste of the collector. It was not uncommon for him to even indicate what he was interested in. And since there was a demand, there was also a supply. Sometimes the production of given objects of interest for the collectors increased. Sometimes those objects were even advertised by special post photo. One of them you can see here, for example. Today, having all this knowledge, we want to present the object from the University of Wrocław Museum in the broadest possible spectrum. Among other things, we want to move away from the dominance of male art, which is militaria, jewelry associated with warriors, etc., which also had been influenced over the years by aesthetic, like, for example, color, material, form, etc. So we talk about colonial thinking, I should say. We want to introduce more objects associated with women, for example, basket, mats, etc., which will highlight this aspect of non-European arts and crafts. And here again, you can see the fragment of the exhibition in Mark Museum in Hamburg. And you can see here the note about the problem that the field of ethnology was the man's field, and now we want to make some changes. And the third thing is the appropriate illustrative material. We all know what kind of materials and photographs were produced during the colonial period. You will not see them at the Planet exhibition or in the catalog. We do not want to duplicate so-called ethnographic materials, promoting harmful stereotypes, echoing brutality, and each time reducing the people depicted in the photographs to role of objects. This also means that all the photos planned for use will be subjected to careful analysis or, when required, discussion. And the 4 points, it's critical analysis of the collectors' figures. We want to look at collectors, or people who imported objects, from the broadest possible perspective. Check their background and see what ambitions drove them. We are dealing here with a long list of donors and sellers, from those who were driven by scientific aspiration, like academics or travelers, to those whose direction of travel was imposed, like, for example, missionaries or military men, and those bringing souvenirs, like wealthy Silesian families. All of this can allow us to shed new light on the issue of collecting and to get to know the objects brought to Breslau even better. I think that these 4 guidelines I presented to you, and, well, I have briefly outlined, are the most important determinants in our work. We hope that by following them, we will soon be able to present to you the result of our research in appropriate and respectful form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I've been informed that we will have a short technical break when the next presentations are being uploaded to the system. But maybe I can already start introducing our next speaker. This will be Professor Jan Kotusz from the Museum of Natural History at the University of Wrocław, who holds a PhD in biological studies. He is a specialist dealing with ichthyofauna, morphology, and evolutionary ecology of fish. His main object of scientific interest is the family of loaches and asexual hybrid complexes occurring in loaches. He is an author and co-author of 2 monographies, as well as over 80 scientific articles and chapters and books on various aspects of fish biology. For many years, he was the editor-in-chief of the journal Zoologica Polonia. I'm attempting to pronounce the Latin names in an English pronunciation, so excuse me if I'm mispronouncing. And since 2016, the section editor in Acta Ichthyologica and Piscatoria. He is a participant of several scientific expeditions, including to Lake Baikal, the White Sea, and Spitsbergen. Currently, he works as the director of the Museum of Natural History of the University of Wrocław. And are we ready for our speaker? Okay, so welcome, Professor Klaatsch, and the floor is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, well, sitting and speaking is maybe not my style, so normally I am quite active, movable when speaking, so I will stay maybe for some minutes. What I would like to present you is just work of Museum of Natural History, which is quite different than Museum of Art or cultural museums, because we were founded to make science, and it is just the point. And in fact, natural museums can prosperate, can perform without any exhibition. And the best example is the biggest museum in Poland, the Zoological Museum, which has no exhibition at all. That's not in our case. It's not the same, because we are quite old museum that inherit from two nations. So the erection was in, okay, you don't see my mouse, yeah, my pointer. Anyway, there is no pointer here? No. Okay, sorry, I must organize myself another way. So, the beginning, the erection was in 19th century, so we are quite old. And okay, we are also focused, as I said at the beginning, on making science. The main purpose of Natural History Museum is describing biodiversity. So that's the point. That's the point, and we do it with our tools. Yeah, and these are concentrated on species description, and together with description of species, we need some specimens. And these specimens, which are attached to original description, are called type specimens or descriptive types. And every museum as our is just the value and prestige of museum is measured with a number of type specimens. Of course, we also do researches that are focused on finding evolutionary relationships between organisms. It is, in fact, reconstructing phylogeny, reconstructing evolution of organic world. Well, so because we are still in the university, we are also, of course, university teachers. So we have normal classes, lectures with students. Moreover, we have also some extra education programs, open education, as as museum lessons, seminars, exhibitions, etc. And to go to the point, we are quite aware of our heritage and our past, and we draw from the scientific achievement of two nations, and the guys which are presented here as famous professors, rectors of the university, they are not anonymous. You can find information in the internet or anywhere in history of Germany. They are prominent people, and they were at the beginning. They founded our collection. They started the business. Yeah. So the part of zoological department started by Johann Gravenhorst and Adolf Eduard Grube, and the botanical part with Ludolf Traverianus, and the famous person in the whole Silesia, Johann Heinrich Robert Geppert. Well, so okay, we know our roots, we know the infrastructure, how it looked like some years ago, quite a lot, and quite important is to point that 60% of time of living of this institution, it was German university, and it was developed by German nation. So we should remember and be aware. Well, so this is the first point, which is sorry, because I'm unhappy a little bit with the. Can I have it in the different presentation tribe? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I suffer from this view, which I have for me to operate. Never mind. It was last time. So well, I find at least 4 spaces which I consider sensitive legacy. So the first is that we own the biological collections and the whole infrastructure from Germans as kind of spoils of war. Okay, it is such interpretation is common. The second space is that some of these material have a colonial burden. Yeah, so we also should be aware of this fact. The third space of sensitivity is that organisms, especially animals, dedicated to science, sacrificed to science, deserve humane retrieval. I mean here welfare and humane death, killing. And the fourth, which is that research that requires killing organism must not reduce biodiversity, which is quite new approach, I would say, which is something that we discover several decades, maybe 2 decades ago, maybe 4, but we are now just the cause of the 6th huge extinction of biodiversity in planet. So this is also the layer, yeah, when I found also a sensitive legacy of our materials. And as in every normal museum practice, the main sources of biological material are scientific expeditions, also research of museum employees, donations and purchases. And this is quite constant. Yeah, we still do it, and our progenitors, let me say, made the same. Here I illustrate maybe the most famous expedition that took place in the past in our museum. It was Deutsche Tiefsee Expedition, led by Professor Kuhn, who was the head of Museum of Natural History. It was, the name was a little bit different. It was Zoologisches Museum in Breslau University. So that's the main sources of material for natural history museums all over the world. It's nothing special. And again, considering the heritage, just my private reflection about it, considering ethical aspects, we can really only guess how all this stuff was obtained. Well, yeah, well, we can, of course, we can anticipate it was taken with colonial manner, let me say, but in fact, we don't know the methods, and the worst thing is that we sometimes do not want to know it. It's sometimes better not to know. Ironically speaking. Well, so mostly we do not care. We do not care how the previous owners of another nation became owners of all this material. It is for us just comfortable. And it takes 8 decades, yeah? And on the other hand, the truth is that for these 80 years, we have profited from this material, from this rich well, we are beneficent, yeah, all the time we are beneficent of these materials collected by Germans. And now what I am speaking about, what are the collections? These are, of course, specimens, just animals fixed in preservants, fixed in formalin or alcohol or other liquids. And the important thing is that they are labeled with geographic coordinates, roughly, and with date. So what is more, of course, you have having the whole specimen. Yeah, you can get its morphology, anatomy, its DNA, because it is possible now to take samples of DNA. You can take, I don't know, anything, heavy metals, isotopes. Yeah, you can make researches on such material, and we do it. And not only we do it, and we have also it to serve for other scientists that visit us, because museum is open for visiting scientists. It's just a rule, not written, just a common rule to be open. Okay, and okay, how much? It is also a table taking, for example, invertebrates. There is about 1 million of specimens. Of course, we cannot count it precisely. Nobody is going to count up to 1 million, and we can only estimate this. Yeah, and descriptive types, descriptive specimens are again quite a lot more, quite almost 1,000. taking insects. Insects are the most numerous group of animals in the world. So we have also the biggest representative of these animals, etc. Some other vertebrates which are not so numerous but more spectacular, higher vertebrates again, and plants. So that's what is inside, what is in our shelves. Yeah, and again the story about sensitivity of the stuff. We have end of the history, the old history. I mean the 1945. The building of the museum was bombed at the end by Russian soldiers, and half of the scientific collections were damaged, and 90% of exhibits was destroyed also. And we know it from the estimation of the last German head of the museum, Mr. Professor Ferdinand Pax Jr. He was witness of these things. And the new history started in the same year with Polish pioneers coming from Lemberg first, and then also from Warsaw. They were professionalists. They knew what to do with all this stuff, with these rich collections, and the history starts again. But the documentation, the catalog that we inherited were very fragmented. So we, in fact, lost the contact with the collections we had. Yeah, so it is even now, this is all. You can see here everything what we have from German times in the matter of documentation, some catalogs, some income books, papers, etc. And we are biologists, and we cannot connect all these notes with real material. So we need some historian. I invite, if somebody is interested, just to work with these papers. I will be happy to have such support. Well, we also use the materials in the exhibitions. We make education, etc. And what is additional profit for us, we get owners of extinct species. It is also inherited from German history. So we have 10 extinct species now, which is just an inheritage of nature and human being too. And 10 again, 10 more strictly and critically endangered. Well, I'm in the middle of my presentation, maybe. So, sorry. Well, again, going back to sensitivity, we are proud. We are proud to have all these goods, yes, and in our pragmatic and in the same opportunistic approach, we just lost something. We lost sensitivity to the methods which were used to obtain all this biological material, and we are really ignorant in the knowledge of the provenience of the collection. And still, it is not an object of our interest. We just do our business. Yeah, so that's the problem, because you know, opportunistic approach means that it's better not to ask too many questions, because you can get confusing answers. So it's better not to ask and go ahead. So it's such approach, which is, I think, just common human being. And I'm just finishing the last two problems, which are specifically connected with with animals. I mean the welfare and reduction of biodiversity, that is written in some codex. Yeah, it is international some organizations that take care about it, and we just follow. And so my time is up. Yeah. So I simply invite you to our museum. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to welcome our next guest, Dr. Kamila Łuzarczyk from the Wrocław Medical University. Dr. Łuzarczyk is an assistant professor in the Department of Medical Humanities and Social Sciences and Medicine at the Medical University of Wrocław in Poland. She received her PhD in history from the University of Wrocław in 2001. With a dissertation titled The Concept of Race Hygiene and Implementation of Race Hygiene Legislation in German Province of Lower Silesia, which was published in 2002 in Toruń. And her research interests include history of eugenics and implementation of eugenic legislation in interwar years, extermination of people with disabilities during the time of Third Reich, and Nazi medical experiments. And the title of the presentation is A Horn of Plenty on the Troubling Heritage of Anatomical Collections from the Time of the Third Reich. Dr. Łuzarczyk, the floor is yours.
Is it necessary really with microphone? I hate hearing my voice through microphone. Can't believe that it's me, and I'm always so surprised that I'm not sure if I can really proceed with my presentation. The more that I have to use two computers. So is it already on? Oh no, not yet. So a Horn of Plenty. Thanks for the organizers also for inviting me to present here today. And I'm also a little bit apologizing that some of you may have heard parts of this presentation before, because I had already presented some of the findings in spring. But let's proceed with our today event and well, comment Horn of Plenty in terms of anatomy. This is quite unprecedented situation, because anatomists have always complained that they don't have enough bodies for teaching, for research, and since the very beginning of the since the very beginning of development, since the breakthrough in anatomy in early modern time, these complaints were voiced. However, human dissections were becoming more and more systematic procedures, what is attested here by this famous painting by Rembrandt van Rijn that presents the annual anatomy lesson by Dr. Tube. Of course, anatomical studies in Netherlands, in Italy, also in other countries, in Austria, Germany, they were more systematic, not just once a year, but once a year there was this public dissection that was opened for the public, not only for medical students, but also for the others. And since this moment, usual traditional sources of bodies for dissection were executed convicts, as also the person that you've seen on previous slide, the body of Aris Kind, who was sentenced to death for minor offenses for being notorious thief. So from 16th century on, executed convicts are people usually from with poor social background, and their bodies were given for dissection in order somehow to highlight the severity of the sentence, and also to promote anatomical research and teaching. So in certain way, human dissection in early modern time replaced medieval practice of body mutilation, which was also ordered from time to time in order to highlight the severity of the sentence. Due to the fact that interest in anatomy was steadily increasing, and the birth of new branch of science, new medical discipline, anatomopathology, demand for bodies was even greater. and anatomists were complaining that in 18th century that they don't have enough for study and teaching, and therefore first in Austria, then other countries followed. Rulers took decision that bodies of unclaimed bodies for various care institutions, hospitals and care institutions should be also given to anatomical institutes for further investigations. And one of the arguments, interestingly, went that, well, these people usually very poor also and living on social support, that these people should pay back for the fact that they were given shelter, that they were given meals, that they were somehow taken care of during their lifetime. In the 19th century, we have one more additional source of bodies for investigations, colonial anthropological collections. And in 1930s, as I marked here, mid-1930s, inspired by eugenic way of thinking, forced abortions give the source of fetuses with various anomalies or suspected of being burdened by some genetic disorder. Our situation completely changed in 1930s in Germany because of the fact that Nazi regime, National Socialist regime, during this time, the number of executions increased tremendously, and the numbers, to give you an idea, are calculated by Sabine Hildebrandt, the author of a very interesting book, Anatomy of Murder, on history of anatomy during the Third Reich. So she calculated that in the years 1907, 1932, there were altogether around 500 executions in Germany and roughly 20 per year. Then we have the years 1933-45, where we have at least 32,000 executions. So do the math and we'll see the difference. And the source executions were, of course, political prisoners, and under this regime, it was very easy to become political opponent while trading on black market or similar activities. I don't know, listening to forbidden radio channel and so on. There is an example from Vienna described by researchers who dealt with this difficult past of a person who, 62 years old, was sentenced to death for the fact that he was fighting with Hitler's decree regarding collection of winter clothes for the front. And he kept sweater and socks for himself. And for this, he was sentenced to death. And more examples of this kind were found also in other universities. So that was very easy to be a political prisoner. Other sources of bodies, I come back to previous slide, were also patients, inmates of various psychiatric institutions and care institutions who were murdered within this so-called euthanasia program or T4 program, and also children murdered within the program of child euthanasia. And to a lesser extent, but also registered in some institutes, bodies of prisoners of concentration and forced labor camps. So in February 1939, Ministry of Education issued a circular saying that bodies of all executed convicts, no matter what the reason was, criminal or political issues, should be transferred to the nearest anatomical institute. And another document, very precisely specified which prison served to which university. So universities were ascribed to particular prison, and therefore, because of the increase of executions, there was constant flow of the bodies to these anatomical institutes. One of the most famous ones was Anatomy Institute in Vienna, run by Eduard Pernkopf, a very talented, very good anatomist who was working on anatomical atlas since the early 1930s. he how should I put it? He used the opportunities that were provided by the system. Should be highlighted here that he was also very active Nazi supporter, what is attested here, evidenced here by this dates, early, very early joined the party, also in the time when it was forbidden in Austria, and the fact that he was well connected and very well, very closely cooperating with the system is also attested by the fact that he was appointed the dean of medical faculty just 1 month after annexation of Austria into Germany, and a few years later also rector magnificus of the whole University of Vienna. In one of his opening lecture, not one of his lecture, but opening lecture, when he became the dean, he announced that there will be very fundamental alterations in medical curriculum, and he introduced whatever could be racial was racial, racial physiology, racial psychology, and so on and so on. And he also took steps to reduce this staff of the university. I mean, Jewish members of the staff or those who were who had Jewish spouse were removed, and that meant that out of 197 academics, 153 were removed. So we can also imagine what kind of effect that had for the reputation of the university and scientific standards, and also teaching at this time. Well, as we see, he was rather supported by students during this this lecture. This is one of the most famous photos, often reproduced, and Pernkopf working on his anatomical atlas, he cooperated with anatomical illustrators, of course, who also had Nazi sympathies, which is seen here, Erich Lepierre. Sometimes he ended letter R in his signature, drawing a little swastika, and Tresser wrote double S in his name so that it would somehow resemble SS sign. Anatomical drawings, anatomical illustrations in this atlas were of very great value, not very, let's say, progressive in terms of research, in terms of novelty, but the quality of drawings was so great because of new staining techniques, and the fact that the atlas is so detailed made it very famous, and was, of course, used long years after the war. Actually until 1990s, that were new editions published. There were not so many there were not so many bodies that would be identified as Jewish bodies in sent to Edward Pernkopf Institute. Most of them were political prisoners who were executed by executed in Vienna, and it is said that Pernkopf received at least 1,377 bodies from this criminal court, and additionally bodies from traditional sources, so hospitals, unclaimed bodies, and so on. Concerning racial ideas in anatomy during this time, the most famous example is the project idea of another anatomist from Strasbourg, August Hirt, from University of Strasbourg, who Reich University of Strasbourg, who suggested to Heinrich Himmler that German anthropological collections do not possess enough skeletons belonging to Jewish people, and due to the fact that this so-called final solution was planned, that would be very advisable, recommended to collect, to build such a collection for future generations. And this idea was accepted, so he got signature, and for the purpose of this collection, prisoners from Auschwitz-Birkenau were selected, sent to another camp close to Strasbourg, prisoners were murdered, and their bodies sent to Strasbourg for further investigation and building this anatomical anthropological collection. When the Allies were approaching the University of Strasbourg and the university, he ordered destruction of all papers, all reports, and all the remaining bodies that were not yet processed. But soldiers, when they entered institute, they found tanks with, as you see, 17 intact bodies and 166 body parts belonging to various people. University of Strasbourg, in post-war years, the authorities claimed that they ordered burial of specimens immediately in post-war years, but historian Ralph Toledano in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, made really horrific discovery working in the institute, and well, he entered magazine that was not very very often frequented, let's say, and he discovered specimens coming from this period of time, jars with specimens and well, preserved in formalin and mostly. And yeah, university decided again to organize ceremonial burial to honor the victims of this research project. But what happened in this case, Ralph Toledano was able to identify the specimens and ascribe them to names of the prisoners. So not only anatomical. I think I'm sorry, but I think I lost a few slides here. Just a second. Yes. So talking about these collections with dubious provenance and collections being the result of Nazi crimes, we should also mention brain research and collections of brain specimens that were mostly taken from victims of euthanasia, so-called euthanasia program, and many researchers actively sought to obtain the specimens. This perfect example would be Joseph Hallervorden, who said, who wasn't even a very active Nazi, but he said in post-war interview, I heard that they were going to do that, and so I went up to them. Look here now, boys, if you are going to kill these people, at least take the brains out so that the material could be utilized. They asked me, how many can you examine? And so I told them an unlimited number, the more the better. I gave them fixatives, jars, boxes, and instructions for removing and fixing the brains, and they came bringing them like delivery van from the furniture company. Hallervorden is said to have examined at least 600 brains, and he openly discussed the findings of his research with other anatomists, with other anatomopathologists. So the main centers of this brain research were Berlin, of course, Munich, Heidelberg, Vienna, Leipzig, and also Breslau back then, where Joachim Scherer, a very famous researcher at that time, in Neurological Institute, examined the brains of children that were murdered in Jugendpsychiatrische Klinik Leoben within the program of child euthanasia. And it's not entirely clear how many brains he examined. Might have been more, but at least 293. The documentation remained about these numbers. One of the biggest was also Vienna, where in 2002, the collection of specimens was found also quite accidentally, was found in the cellars, and well, these jars were then buried, ceremonially buried in cemetery in Vienna, but also with the identification of victims. And the end of the silence around these issues came in only in 1980s, thanks to initial research by Götz Ali, historian and journalist, and Benno Müller-Hill, who started the whole debate. As the result, in 1990, the Conference of Rectors decided that there should be, 1988, there should be research project in all universities, and universities followed these instructions. However, usually that was speedy burial and not identification of victims as it was done in Vienna or in Tübingen. The wave of research with dates comes in practically beginning of 21st century, where not all universities, but majority of Austrian and German universities dealt with this past. There are, however, still gaps, like some universities are far from processing the issue, and this is indicated by the tables, by this statistics provided by Sabine Hildebrand, who is the author of this important book on history of anatomy during the time of the Third Reich. So not all universities were ready by now to face and dealt with this past, and yeah, still waiting for their, let's say, researchers and histories to be written and published. The most, just one more sentence to close. Quite recently, there was just a few months ago, there was important discovery by Claudia Krebs, who is based, if I'm not mistaken, in Harvard, but I'm not sure. Claudia Krebs discovered that one of the editions of Spanner-Spachholz Atlas, anatomical atlas, contained also figures or drawings that were definitely based on studies of victims sent to Danzig or Gdańsk today, to Rudolf Spanner Institute, bodies of victims sent from various sources, Konradstein, which is Kotzborowo, also euthanasia program took place, but also concentration camp, and also from execution places in Poznań. So University of Gdańsk was notified about these findings and took decision that this should be, of course, shared and published. And while University of Poznań, so Poznań, Reich University Poznań during the Third Reich, and Breslau still wait for new findings for like processing this history. Thank you. I'm sorry for losing time.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I would like to welcome our last speakers in the session, Magister Marta Szaszkiewicz from the Museum of the University of Gdańsk, and Dr. Joanna Ślaga from Jagiellonian University, Museum of the Jagiellonian University. Magister Szaszkiewicz holds an MA in ethnology and is the director of the University of Gdańsk Museum and member of the board of the Association of University Museums. I'm also a member of the editorial board of the journal Ethnography, Practices, Theories, Experiences. At the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology of the University of Gdańsk, she teaches museum studies and object education. She completed doctoral studies at the Jagiellonian University and is currently preparing a doctoral thesis in the field of contemporary museum studies. And Dr. Joanna Ślaga holds a PhD in cultural and religious sciences and master in law. She's a deputy director of the Jagiellonian University Museum in Krakow, Poland, a member of the Rector's Commission for the Heritage of the Jagiellonian University and the Jagiellonian University Medical College. And for years, she has also been cooperating in the structures of the network of European consortia, including as a member of the UMAC, Coimbra Heritage Working Group, Universium, and within the UNA Europa Alliance. She deals with the issue of protection of museum collections, their status, and the specificity of university collections as part of the academic heritage. And the title of the presentation is Sensitive Collections, Challenges and Commitments in University Museum Management Plans and Practices. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm today alone, but on the other side of our streaming connection is my colleague Marta. And our presentation and work is also featured by Emilia Jastrzębska, who is an author of a report that was presented today, the report about musealization of human remains in Polish museums. A lot of different things said today, and I will not stress them once again, because we all accept the way of thinking that we presented here. What we would like to report somehow is how we deal with the topic, with this area inside of our institutions, which is mostly Jagiellonian University and Gdańsk University. And on the other side, for more than 7 years, we are working with the Polish Association of University Museums, and one of area inside of this activities is contested heritage, and inside of it, of course, human remains. But in case of university museums and collections, we need to talk and think about really different things that are contested, not only human remains, but also things that were connected with violence somehow, and with difficulties. So the diversity of collections inside of universities is so big that the diversity of interpretation also at the same moment is really big. Of course, discussion about sensitivity of objects is much more regular today. We know that. But when I think about me in museum 20 years ago, I think we didn't discuss things like today. And really big big change came, of course, with the discussions that were realized in Western Europe, in United States, or in Australia. And of course, this decolonization aspect and decolonization policies that came with this reinterpretation of history and relations between different countries and areas and the different communities. Definitely, these discussions brought us really big possibility to change our thinking about collections. And definitely also with this started to work with our collections inside of our universities and inside of our community. My museum, for example, and our colleagues from another university collections and centers and museums, we started to work and confront us with different policies for diversity collections in 2017. It was connected with really big problem of objects and of ownership of objects and of cataloging of objects. So as probably a lot of us know, especially people that are working in university museums and collections, usually collections functioned without any catalogs in the sense of cataloging that we're thinking about in the sense of museology area, or in general about reports, about ownership, about difficulties that are connected, for example, to these objects. It is problematic, even if it's only deposit, if it's our part of ownership, then because without any detailed information, it's not possible to work transparent, and it's not possible, for example, usually to share informations. And for a long time, collections of this type, and at the same moment, informations and stories about collections were inside of institutes, so mostly closed for people that were connected with to these institutes. When the museum was organized, of course, there was much more possibilities to present different objects. So sometimes this discussion or interaction between university or public came into account. So maybe really quicker discussion came out. For example, another kind of remains, because it's not topic about human remains but animals. When we opened for the public our center for natural history objects, the first presented temporary exhibition was in all press information on the second day, because it was recommended, or it was presented not from our perspective but from journalists, that we promote killing of animals. So the context was not taken from our explanation, but from thinking that we are showing animals. So as you see, when we open, when we in reaction, then after we need to think about the problem, even if we have some story to tell. And the same center, the same space, 2 years later, anthropological collection inside of a really big and diverse collection of items that is telling us about biodiversity and about changing of the world, and really a lot of discussions from public, especially from parents of children that are visiting this center, that it's not possible to show without any information about it anthropological collections. So center changed a little bit the form of presentation. So today we are really much more aware, and not only we as museums or a community that is responsible for collections, we have special council like you've heard, but in general it came with the time. I would like to start with some interesting thing that we made as university museums, as Jagiellonian University Museum and Gdańsk University Museum, together with National Institute for Museums and our association, and together with Emilia, we organized a few years ago a special seminar about musealization, and we combined experiences from not only academical collections, but also church museums and collections, anthropological, archaeological, and martyrological collections. So as you probably thinking, collections were really difficult, but not any time human remains, but in general things that were connected to really bad things in the past. Like, for example, in Auschwitz-Birkenau, so it was it were usually shoes or clothes, only hair, like things that are not in the sense of law human remains, yeah, but in a lot of cases we see a lot of inside of Auschwitz. And what was quite obvious after this after this report and after discussions, after seminars, that we have definitely different kind of objects, and we will think about them, even if they're not, like I said, human remains, we will think about them really as about sensitive and really fragile things. So the methodology should be open for really big diversity of objects. If we think about things that are connected to people, to identity, the things about quite different things, yeah. But sometimes this is the only things that we have after this person, or hair, for example. And once in history, in Polish legal system, the cutted hair was treated as human remain, and it was possibility to finish the living story of one human being, so the family could could finish some things with documentation, because our legal system, state system, and all policies accepted that hair is the part of someone's body. So this once this diversity, the second, in really lot of cases of museums, of course, these objects were presented or are presenting during exhibitions, because if we talk about martyrological or churches, museums, and of course, in many cases of university museums, we have different type of exhibitions, in the sense that it can be showcased in corridor. For example, if we are visiting Italian universities, for example, or also, for example, Czech museums at the university, these are sometimes small showcases, but they are quite open for students and people from outside, and you can see different objects inside of it, skulls, for example. Yeah. So why I tell you about these museums in connection of our museums? Because we have the same problem. We think about this, the same aspect. We think about respect, about awareness building, but in case of a lot of museums like anthropological or archaeological or martyrological museums, it's not any other possibility for them than to function with the policy that is for museum only. Yeah, so it's needed to make the same cataloging for this kind of object, like in the sense in the situation of other objects, like, for example, ceramic or furniture. Yeah, it's really difficult in the sense that you need to put it into inventory. It's not the same thing as you only collect information. You need to need to do the same things. You need to do a report in the same way. Of course, it was made after the war in case of Auschwitz Museum, for example, because etiquette museum was the only way to protect this place. Yeah, but at the moment we need maybe, or not maybe, we really need to change, to reflect, to change the formula for this kind of collection. Definitely, it will be better for daily work. So inside of this group of museums were university museums and collections, and I will be focused in a short time on our group of museums, but in all cases, objects, so human remains were objects in all cases. Yeah, it's kind of monument, it's kind of relics. It's only in this way we call this kind of this part of our collections. It's not possible to deal with this differently. Yeah. Only in this way, archaeological groups, for example, and scientists can work with different spaces and with human remains. They can collect for scientific reasons. And of course, we have different ways how we protect human remains, and in this sense, of course, they are useful in this kind of work that we are talking about. But definitely, on the state level, on organizational level, we have really big problem how to charge it, and we don't want to allow to change it with one move, because it's too fragile topic. So we need to think how to clarify this really specific thing. When we think about human remains in academic museums, we have also problems like were discussed earlier, but we can divide also academic collections in two different groups. So one group is definitely the group for medical school. When I think about Jędrzej and about medicine, pathology or anatomy, it's another sense of organization. Of course, there are rules, there are policies, there is really big awareness that professors are building together with students. It's not possible any other way. in so good way to teach medicine like with real bodies. So this is another story, and of course we needed to make some really important thing and policies, and professors needed to clarify different things, but I would like to focus more on the second group, so on objects that we have in another type of collections. So once is really difficult, but on the second side, we have this collection, so we need to provide them good, and we need to be focused on the best way how to protect them, how to storage them, and how to teach with them, or how to make them really visible, and how to build, thanks to these collections and objects, really big awareness, because we need to clarify some situation. We need to reflect on different situations. Definitely, critical studies and this way of thinking was really important part of actions that helped us inside of universities and inside of collections. I'm deputy director of Jagiellonian University Museum, and in the last 5 years we changed our narration really much. I think about different types of narration, about inclusiveness, not in the sense of telling about hidden stories and about thinking about objects that they are really much more fragile than we are thinking about them. But in general, networking, international networking, critical studies, a lot of strategies and policies for sustainability. These were acts and these were actions that helped us to work with so sensitive collections. And that is how our group started to work. That is how we coordinated cooperation with different institutions. And for example, that is how we started to work with Emilia, because earlier I've stressed a few things. You could hear this kind of things. It always been like this, yeah. So what should we change? We didn't have a colony. This is not our role or need to reflect, to change, to think about it. Or, for example, it's not human remain, it's reliquary, yeah? So we see here a work of art. What are you talking about, yeah? And after all, it's our thing. So it's our object, this thinking about ownership. So all the time we've heard this kind of reflections. Now it's really much changed. And it's because I think people made really big progress in thinking about relation, in thinking about what is fragile, in acting against violence, because the sense of practicing work and protection of human remains and sensitive collection is to be against violence mostly. And what I can say after a few years, the most and the biggest sense of this work that we've made and we started to do is definitely the sense of humanity. And we would like to make these actions to be transparent, to see and show and to show the truth, because we are public institution, because we are university, because our role is to explain, and sometimes our role is to say, okay, we are on the top of decisions, and now it's our turn to return something in words, or to return something directly when we talk about objects, when we talk about remains. But the aspect of returning, like I said, is really complicated in the sense of legal aspects and organization. So that is the next level that we need to do. And I can say you that if I will have this possibility, because I'm in different councils, I would like to propose, I proposed that once, to build some code of ethics also for collections at universities, because we have ICOM and Code of Ethics for ICOM, which is changing now at the moment after new definition. But 20 years, more than 20 years ago, UMAC, University Museums and Collections Community, was organized, and this community connecting a lot of collections all around the world. So we are working with people from Australia, from the United States. We see what is going on there, and we learn a lot. So I think also good thing for universities still will be to propose this kind of code of ethics. In the sense of working with so diverse collections and so diverse problematic issues. Thank you very much. And we propose to invite to visit also museums at universities because they are really made a lot of things in last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers. Do we have any questions and comments? We are running late, but if you would like to ask a question to any of the panelists, there is still some time to do that. Yes.
I will start to encourage other people. Thank you very much for all the contributions on this session. I would like primarily focus on two first papers, because I feel they're puzzles of the same game to reconstruct the story of collections before Klaatsch, the story of collections between Klaatsch death and the Second World War. And it is very unique that we reconstruct this history in pieces, sometimes separately, but there are some opportunities like here today that we can share our ideas and exchange them. So that's rather comment than that a question, but thank you very much. And of course, thank you for other papers. Maybe regarding the last one, I would like to ask if this working group which are responsible for the examination of museum context of human remains is still working on some next steps, because the report by Emilia Strzemska was just the first step, but what may happen next?
So we are not work anymore at the moment with the National Institute, because we didn't talk about it, but as Jagiellonian University Museum and Association, we will continue. And next year we would like to work on workshop and winter school in 2026 for PhD students in Europe, PhD students from our network or alliances universities, because even Gdańsk or Krakow are connected with a lot of this kind of alliances. We would like to organize this winter school to talk about methodology of work with diversity collections, especially with this quite sensitive, and we would like to turn a little bit into our part of Europe. We tried to do this a little bit with Ursula. I don't know, Ursula is here. 2 years ago, we tried to propose the workshop about buildings and things and traditions that were taken after German times and after occupation, and that are part of Wrocław identity today. We wanted to work on that, but we will be focused more at the first moment on human remains and connected object connected to human body and human identity. But we would like to work in broader sense with another groups, maybe, to think about this project of decolonization of this part of Europe or inside decolonization. Yeah, but we need to think a little bit more. So if you have some ideas and you would like to join or reflect with us together, so we are open for communication. And I would like also to start much more to work with Institute of Ethnography and Anthropology inside of University Museum, because after Deutsche Institut für Ostarbeit worked inside of our buildings during the Second War, we have also a lot of ethnography and anthropology documentation from that time. They are not maybe so sensitive in the sense what we are saying during documentation or photographs saying, but in the sense of idea what forward made, they are still really bad things. Yeah, so we would like to combine it also with this archives. So maybe at the moment not so institutional level in the sense of central agendas, but on university level, but on international level at the same moment. But because it's good to also clarify the language. We see how difficult is to us in Poland to say about these sensitive collections, and then after when we talk with our colleagues, usually in English, that we need to transfer really important things, but sometimes how we clarify it's not enough. So we need to, maybe we will need to work with linguists or something like that. Sometimes with philosophers, of course, but it's important to think about these descriptions. Yeah, so we are open for discussions.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? If not, I know that we have Professor Renata Tańczuk on the line to use this anachronistic metaphor, but I know that she can connect with us and officially close the conference. So I would like now to give the voice to Professor Tańczuk. Professor Tańczuk, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say just a few words. We have had an opportunity to listen to most inspiring speeches and deliberations that have been very important to me. I hope that the conclusions, voices, recommendations will bear fruit in our research, contribute to a deeper reflection on the epistemic virtues that guide our research and develop our ethically sensitive when we working with sensitive legacy. Potentially, our conference will also provide the impulse to change the trajectory in the lives of sensitive university collections. We are planning to prepare post-conference publication on which I will be in touch with you. So wait for me. Thank you very much for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. I'm jumping in just to close and to thank some people that are were involved in the organization of this conference that are not so visible. But thank you, first of all, for the audience, all the presenters again. And thank you, Renata, for joining us at this last moment. So I'd like to thank the organizing committee of this conference, Kasia Williams from the Australian National University, Professor Renata Tańczuk, Dr. Jacek Małczyński, but also Dr. Agata Strądała, who was collecting all the papers in the second part of our conference today, and Dr. Łukasz Bukowiecki, who also was in touch with us, and who actually, it was the start of this whole project. We met a year ago at a conference in Polin Museum in Warsaw, and this is how this whole journey started. So it's also maybe a message to anyone listening to us out there that if you have an idea and you would like to pursue it or discover more find out who else is working on the topic, it's a matter of curiosity and a willingness to talk to other people and unpack difficult topics. Thanks so much for the Media Concept Group and Arkadiusz Zys, Jonas Diduch, and Sławomir Dalidowicz, who are here with us, thanks to whom this streaming was possible, and also to Tomek and Polina, who were at the registration, welcoming us and making sure we have all we need. Lastly, thank you to the hosting venue, the Wrocław University Library, and I wish you all a nice afternoon and evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.